Hey guys, welcome back to another week of. This week is really going to be focused on my friend Nick's plant. I spoke about my friend and neighbor Nick downstairs in two other videos, which I will link in the description. One of the videos is where I show you some of his plants that I just really love and did more of a show and tell. And then the second video that I did was the complete overhaul of his apartment while he was away on vacation. So you guys can watch those two videos. So now we're kind of going full circle again. Nick is on vacation again, and I have popped in a few times since he's been away because I'm watering his plants, and things have just gotten really overgrown. He has prop boxes that have been untended to for like a year. He's got a lot of like yellowing leaves that need to be chopped off, and things just need to be cleaned up a little bit. Unfortunately, I can't do as much as I did last time in terms of like really scrubbing down his exos and his greenhouses, just because I'm still recovering from my wisdom tooth surgery. But I can help him sort of get some of his plants under control so that when he's back, he can just come home and relax and not have to worry about watering, not have to worry about tending to things, and I just want to get things back in a good place. So that's what we're going to be doing. He also has a lot of outdoor plants, and it's really warming up here in Canada, so I need to go water again, even though I was just there like a day ago. So yeah, I'm going to take you guys downstairs. I will show you his balcony plants. We're going to first water his balcony plants because it's freaking hot. And then I'm gonna kind of show you the areas of focus that I have over the next few days, and I need to get this done before Tuesday. So a lot of work to do in the next few days. We will still be doing stuff here. There are a few things I've set aside that I want to do, but the main focus this week is going to be Nick's plants. So let's just go downstairs. We are on Nick's balcony. I'm very self-conscious. It's crazy how much closer to people you are on the second floor. I feel like everyone can hear me. I'm just gonna do a quick little tour. Keep in mind, I don't know what anything is. Don't ask me. You're gonna have to ask Nick yourself. Oh, is this a Hoya? Oh, that's not a Hoya. I was like, is that a sun-stressed Hoya? I'm so dumb. I did notice this one plant here that is so stinking cool. I don't know what it is, but it's beautiful, and I kind of would love to grow that on my balcony too. So that's pretty cool. He's got this little grass here, some flowers for the bees. Don't know what any of this is. Obviously we've got some kind of bird of paradise looking thing. This is also really cool. I don't know what it is, but very interesting. This is also another cool, I think this is a frizzle sizzle? Sorry, lighting is so bad. Is this a frizzle sizzle guy? I can't tell, but it's really, really neat. We've got this fuzzy looking cabbage guy, a huge succulent, some beautiful yuccas, and then just, is this an agave? Some type of agave. He said the plants on here are very, very sensitive and they need water. He mentioned one plant in particular, and I think he's talking about this one. God, I really don't want to kill any of his plants. And then I'm going to be removing this from his balcony today. I believe it's dead. I think it's dead. He was going to throw it out, but I think what I'm going to do is spray paint it black and use it as a decorative piece in my house, because I love how spooky this looks. It reminds me of the Decaria madagascariensis. So I'm really excited about this project, but I gotta get this off his balcony too. But yeah, just gonna give these guys a quick water. Okay, balcony is done, but I just want to show you this magical little corner. He has a really big philodendron, not rojo congo, green congo in the corner, living next to his giant, glorious, but yeah, it's doing really well in this corner. It has run out of pole, but I think it's gonna start climbing this wall. Looks like he already got it started. The glorious is not the plant that I want to tend to today. It's actually this green congo. So you can see how much dust has kind of accumulated on the leaves. It sort of has this like sort of white film over it, and it probably doesn't care, but I'm just like dying to get into this plant and just give it a thorough wipe down. So I'm gonna do that really quick, and then we're gonna head into the plant room. All right, she's done, and she looks so much happier now. I mean, it's not really even just for aesthetic reasons. It's like if you have a plant that is so far away from any kind of natural light, it's important to keep the leaves clean so that it has an easier time photosynthesizing. So I think this plant's gonna grow even more robustly now. Not that that's what Nick wants. He's like trying to contain his plants. But overall, I just think it's like so much nicer to look at now. Okay, so the lighting is not great in here, but you can see I've already been sort of tooting away at things and opening up prop boxes. I'll show you everything. But this is his setup in his guest bedroom. He has literal stacks of exos. They're insane, and you can just kind of see from the outside how overgrown some of them have become. Things are just looking crazy. Down here are all of his props. There's a lot of like dead plants in there that I think I can just kind of do away with. This is going to be the primary area of focus over the next few days. And I think where we're gonna start is maybe not the prop area. I think I'll start by emptying out these two exos. So before I get into the exos, I want to show you guys his prop boxes. I created these prop boxes last year, and they have just grown insanely out of control. What you're looking at is a bunch of Amedrium green, I think, and a lot of just regular Heteroecium var oxycardium. I can see some Scindapsus silver in here. I'm going to be making a judgment call in what Nick is keeping. He does not need all of this. I'm gonna bring this downstairs. I'm gonna entangle what I think can be saved and sold maybe, and then the rest I'm going to give them away or chuck them because he just needs to do away with them once and for all. This is another prop box I created the last time I was plant sitting. What you are looking at is a box of Soderoy and Melanochrysum and Varicosum and Campos Portoanum, and who else knows? I see a Gigas in here, more Scindapsus. It's wild. It's insane. I think this is some kind of Syngonium that slipped into here, some Cebu blue. I see some Trubii. I don't know what this guy is, but this is another one that will come upstairs with me, and I would just rather handle it upstairs than make more of a mess down here. So I'm gonna take this with me. Okay, so we're just gonna start removing plants from this exo and see what he's got going on in here. Actually, I'm gonna just show you with my phone what it looks like. Completely overgrown, aerial roots everywhere, dead leaves. It needs to be removed. I don't know the last time he would have like completely removed all the plants in here, but we're gonna do it today. First plant, I don't even know if I'll be able to grab each one of them because they're like rooted into each other. All right, I managed to get one out. This looks like, oh, I think this is a Philodendron Chironae, which is interesting. I haven't seen one of these in a long time. Looks very similar to the Tenyu, just a longer leaf, like a skinnier leaf. Less pronounced venation, I would say, but she needs a pole. I don't know if I'll be able to install any poles, but we can try. I mean, I can surely put some effort. Oh gosh, this one's rooted into, whoa, ho ho, Merry Christmas. Oh, ah! This one is a Philodendron Glorious, which looks like it was one of his stick props that have turned into a tree. So I don't know what his thoughts are on keeping this, considering he has the large Glorious outside already. Aerial roots have gone insane, gone wild. I can see a Soderoy here. A Soderoy tree. This one can definitely be chopped. I don't think he would have any hesitation with me chopping this and repotting it because it has so many aerial roots that have gone wild. This next one is, oh gosh. Oh, okay. This looks like an escaleto. The long stem. I'll probably chop that one too. I want to reiterate very clearly that I mentioned this in my other video where I was talking about Nick, that we have a very, very specific kind of relationship in that he trusts me with caring and tending for his plants. I obviously would never, like his big glorious out there, I wouldn't look at that and be like, I'm gonna chop the top off. Like, not like that. But when it comes to his little props, things that have overgrown, things like this, where he's obviously not like, you know, it was clearly a prop that ran for a bit and then pushed out a leaf here. This kind of thing, I know he wouldn't mind if I like chopped the top off and repotted it and then put this into like a prop bin, because it's things that he would need to do anyway. So I just want to be very clear. I'm not just like going in here and thinking that like I can do whatever I want. It is not like that at all. This is a philodendron a philodendron subhastatum variegated. Man, this thing has grown so much in his care. Wow, these leaves are actually so beautiful. Whoa. I've never really been a fan of the variegated subhastatum, but I'm into that. That looks really freaking cool. I don't love the abaxials. I don't know why. I'm not really a fan of this, but this variegation is pretty cool. We have a syngonium. This looks like could have been the Three Kings syngonium. Really pretty, just a long stem here. We also have his Florida Beauty, which well, there's a lot of stem and aerial roots. These exos are just really, really humid, so all the plants' aerial roots just go crazy. We have another, this looks like a soderini that needs some tending to. A very long, wowza, that is a petiole if I've ever seen one. A green dragon. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that one. A Ficus triangularis variegata. This one is so cool. I wish you would put this one on display outside, but I think the reason it's in here is because it probably doesn't do well out there, is my guess. And then we have, okay, I'm not gonna scrub things down, but I will at least clean any like debris I see. I don't think I physically have it in me to not do that. And then we have a gigas here that has completely outgrown the pole. This is another one that I may chop and get the top on a cutting, or what did I just say? Get the top on another pole and do something with this bottom. The leaves are gorgeous though. They seem to like the conditions in that exo. They're all growing really, really nicely, really dark. I think I don't want to get super overwhelmed, so I'm gonna start pruning back and handling some of these plants before I get into the next exo. And I think that's all I'm gonna do today. I'm thinking maybe, so it's Saturday, Sunday can be the top one and the prop area, and then Monday I think we'll handle the top exo. So, okay, that's the plan. Alright, we're getting into the second XO. You guys can see that I was chopping things back and sort of chucking it into a bin. That's because I have Nick's moss upstairs and his soil upstairs, so I'm going to do everything at my place that needs to be repotted. But in the meantime, holy smokes, look at this. I don't even know what this is. Oh, an aglaonema? I didn't know that they get this pink. Interesting. Okay, so there's that guy. We have what looks like a Thai constellation here. Just a little baby. He does have a larger, actually he has 2 Thais now, or 3. There's one big one out there, a medium one, and then this little guy. This was probably a propagation from one of his plants. I think this is a variegated Alocasia macariza. I could be wrong. It's definitely not a Frydek. His plant used to be super, super big, and then I'm guessing it died down, and now that's what he's left with. Another variegated macariza. Interesting that the leaf was green and then got like a half moon guy. I kind of want one of those now, seeing it in person. Looks like another of the same pink aglaonema. Don't know what the name is. He has a Dayun idule. His leaf was way larger than mine. My stem was larger or longer than this, and my leaf size was like this big. It looks ridiculous. White Wizard, I think. I think the White Wizard has the green and white petiole. White Princess has the pink in the petiole, and then the White Knight has like burgundy stems, I think. I hope I'm getting that right, but look how beautiful this is. I would love a cutting of this plant eventually, if he ever does decide to chop it, but it's growing really well right now. I don't want to have him chop this just for me, but I'll definitely put my little feelers out there. This is a golden dragon, I think. Maybe? Not 100% sure. Golden dragon? It's dripping. I'm not a fan of the strawberry shake, really at all. This variegation doesn't really do anything for me, but I will say that I love the emergent leaf on a strawberry shake. Like this just, yeah, strawberry color. It's so pretty. I'm just not a huge fan of like how it hardens off too. But, you know, I know there's like a lot of die-hard strawberry shake fans out there. I'm not one of them, but I can see the appeal. I can see the appeal for sure. Somewhat rehabby looking Alocasia cuprea. Oh my gosh, this tortum is so cute. Look at this little leaf coming in. Oh, I remember when my emergent leaves were that tiny. He used to have, I feel like he used to have a really big tortum. I wonder what happened to it. Maybe this is a prop from that plant. I really have not been seeing Nick very often. This is like the first time I've really looked at his plant since last year. He's been super busy. This is an alocasia mellow Maharani, one of those, and it's got 2 little bowls. Second to last, he has one of his elbows in here, one of his little baby elbows with so much white variegation. This one has incredible genes. So beautiful. That new leaf is Gorgina George. And then the last plant in there, I think is some kind of Scindapsus. Couldn't even begin to tell you the idea of this. I have no idea. But now begins the work. This one is not as bad as the other one. The other one was way more overgrown than this one. Alright, so I've eaten lunch and I'm back now, and I just like scarfed everything down because I didn't want these roots to dry out. This one can probably just go into moss actually. I was gonna do mostly soil for these plants because they're just kind of ready to be in soil. And I'll give him some of my moss because I have way more moss than I'll ever need at this point. So this esqueleto is gonna need a pole. This is not his main plant. His big plant is in the very, very top exo. It wasn't doing that well from what I could see. So it is good that he has a backup here. We just gotta keep the rooting process going. Whatever this is, I chopped off a lot of the stem because it's got these really long aerial roots. So I think it can fit in here. Oh, I think it's too... No, that's okay. I don't need anything crazy, so I hope that I have enough soil because I need a lot of this for the big repot that I'm doing, which you would have seen before this video goes up. And you'll know before me. Weird how that's gonna happen. You'll know before current me whether I had enough soil to get all of his plants repotted. I'm kind of thinking of removing some of these yellowing leaves, but maybe I'll just remove this bottom one and maybe this bottom one. I'm gonna take this root down here and sort of like twirl it around, or like wrap it around the pot. Honestly, it could be in something larger than this, but I don't have anything larger to put it in, so it'll have to do. Ugh, the light. But I just want to get this done because I'm scared that these roots are going to dry out. I was supposed to go pick up a plant that I bought from someone locally in a purge, but plans have changed and it's gonna have to wait till next week. So I think once I get all of this repotted, I don't know if I'm gonna head down right away and put them back, or maybe I'll just do it tomorrow. I'm not sure if I have it in me to tackle these prop boxes today because it is going to be a lot of work. It actually might be something that I do over a long period of time and not something that gets done before he gets back. I feel like I need like a stake or like a pole or something. I think I'll maybe get like a chopstick on this one because it's so much stem. There's so much exposed stem. These roots are already drying out. This Syngonium Three Kings, I think that's what it's called. I'm not sure. I feel like his exos are already looking so much better. I mean, granted, I took quite a few out that I need to put back in, but it already just looks way less insane and overgrown. The only thing is I have a bunch of sticks now, like stumps and butt cuts, that I'm gonna have to make a new prop box, and we're gonna start the process all over again. And that's one reason why I wanted to get a hold of these prop boxes, or like get them under control, because now I'm gonna be making another prop box for him and I don't want him to get too overwhelmed. And if you're wondering why I'm doing this, it's just my love language with Nick. And, you know, it's like the least I can do. He's also repaid the favor multiple times by taking care of my plants, even so much as like dragging some of my outdoor plants in when the weather isn't the best, which he totally didn't have to do. Like over Christmas, I had a plant out on the balcony, a really big plant, and it was like snowing here, and he like took the time to like drag it in and like make sure it was okay. So I'm really just repaying the favor. He's a very, very good friend. This one, I feel like I need to put this one in a cup. For real. But I don't like really, I don't know. This one is definitely gonna need a pole like ASAP, but he only bought the large moss poles from Lauren. And I kind of need all of my moss poles right now for future repots. I could make him a lazy pole, but the thing about a lazy pole is that sometimes if you're too lazy to make a lazy pole, then you run into some issues. I should get sticks in these though. They're freaking flopping all over the place. No. I'm gonna redirect all of these roots down into the soil so that we can get some roots on this top cutting. And I'm gonna stabilize, oh my gosh, this fungus gnat. Guys, these fungus gnats are going to be the end of me, seriously. I'm just gonna use a little bit of moss. I know you can't see it, but I'm gonna use some moss to stabilize this plant because it's so leggy and it's like flopping all over the place. Also, just a little backstory on Nick. Nick and his partner Flo, they're both very active people. When they're not working, they always have some kind of activity going on. They're like on multiple like sports teams, like a rowing team. They like travel for like competitions and stuff. They do, oh my gosh, you're done. They play volleyball, they go to the gym. Like they're just like super active people and have always sort of been that way. But when the pandemic hit, obviously everything was canceled. They were stuck at home like everyone else. And that is really when Nick started, oh, I'm gonna just stick this in water as well as this cupria. This one just came right out. It had 0 roots. They all rotted. Yeah, they were at home during the pandemic. That's when Nick really got into plants, like super into plants. His collection like quadrupled in size in a very short period of time. And you know, he was home. We were all home and he had the time to like tend to them and care for them. So then once things started opening back up and like all of his like teams resumed and his activities resumed, he just like, yeah, it was just a lot harder for him to manage. And he has like pared down his collection quite a bit. He's given a lot to his brother. Is it his brother? Yeah, his brother and his wife, because they got like a new house that needed plants. So he got rid of so many plants. He used to have way more than he has now. But I think even then, his collection as it is probably still a little bit like it's a little large for his schedule. But you know, he's managing it the best he can. But yeah, I just like try and help out when I can. This plant is insane. I need a larger pot for this. There's no way I'm gonna be able to fit it in this little thing. Ugh. Not super ideal, but it's the best I can do at the moment. And I couldn't find any of Nick's pots. I don't know where to put them. I'm just gonna stick this whole thing in here like this. I don't know if this is his main subhastatum or if the other one is. I'm not, because he has 2. So I don't know if I want to try and get this on a pole or if I'm just going to leave it. Because if he's just going to sell it anyway, I don't really want to spend the time. Anyway. I think I can reuse this whole situation. It's not in the best shape, but it's already built. Whoa, Merry Christmas. Should have put this in before. I honestly don't think it needs the backing. The exo is so humid as it is that everything is just rooting anyway without the need of substrate. Oh my word. But anyway, once I finish repotting this, I think I'm gonna call it for today because I need to film another YouTube video tomorrow in addition to more week of, obviously. And tomorrow in this video, we're gonna just jump straight into those, the exo. Are fungus gnats like freaking, are they immortal or what? Because I just smashed that guy to smithereens 3 times or 2 times and he lives. He lives to see another day. So yeah, we'll jump straight into that other exo above the ones we were working on today. That one is a little bananas. And then I think I'm also going to try and tackle the exo at the very bottom, which is his propagation exo. I don't think too much needs to be done in there. Honestly, I think it's more so just like getting rid of dead plants and doing kind of the same thing, just removing dead leaves and cleaning things up. But for the most part, I think everything in there is just kind of settled. So, all right. All of these are repotted now. I just need to get these 2 in water, and I'm just gonna plop it back into his exo in water to get it re-rooted. And then, yeah, that's gonna be it. We're gonna handle these sometime this week too. It's crazy. I'm a little overwhelmed with that, but we're gonna see how much I can get through. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna wrap for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I look so sweaty and gross. But obviously it's Monday. Yesterday was Mother's Day, and I had a margarita. I had a margarita in the middle of a hot day before I've had anything in my stomach. And you guys, when you're in your 30s, you don't do that. You do not subject yourself to that kind of misery. So anyway, I was like, I don't really drink that much anymore. So I was just like spinning, and I had the most massive headache of my life. So basically, I just didn't film yesterday. Hudge is hot and bothered because Dad is with the dryer duct guys. He's on high alert. So anyway, today I literally just finished wrapping one YouTube video. I'm gonna just pop into week of for a little bit before I have to go to my dentist appointment, and then I need to film another YouTube video when I get back. And then tonight we'll do some repotting for this video, but I want to show you what I got. Jing, she has been stressed out. Oh look, it's Jing's hair. What should we do with it? Make like a doll or something? So Jing has been stressed out by the size of her totem, and that is an issue that I would love to have. So I bought it from her. I really tried to do my, my part as a friend and tell her, like, are you sure you don't want to own a totem anymore? Are you sure you don't want it? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? And she says she's sure. She might have another totem. I think this could be her extra one, but it's a really decent size already. She got this when it was a much smaller plant. She knows that I have been wanting another totem to grow out here, so I don't think that you guys understand how excited I am. This is probably one of my more exciting plant purchases this year. I know I already have a totem, but it's my favorite plant, and I just have been wanting a second one, so I'm so excited for this. But I do want to get it out of this nursery pot, and we're gonna handle this today. Another super freaking exciting, not purchase, but gift from Jing. Look at these Monstera Stanleyanas. Why is everything falling? Oh, that's gonna end up in someone's toes. Look at how beautiful these are. What the heck? Like, I've been wanting one of these because this is not the Albo variegata, it's the Aurea variegata, and I've been wanting one for so long. I think this is the Aurea, or maybe it is the Albo. These are just like the most gorgeous things I've ever seen. One of them is gonna go to Alice. They're pretty much the same. So I think I'm gonna keep this one in perlite to root, but and I'll probably Okay, sherms. I'll probably actually keep both of these in perlite for now to let them root because they are fresh cuttings. But yeah, just so excited to have it. Like, this variegation is like incredible. I'm so happy. I've been wanting one of these for so long. I used to have an elbow or Stanleyana elbow variegata before, but like the variegation on it was very little. It was just these kind of little teeny tiny streaks, little tiny splashes here and there, but nothing ever variegated to that extent. So I'm super happy. Another plant that I want to repot is one of Nick's plants. It's the Philodendron Jose Buono. I decided to not push that into the dedicated repotting videos of his plants because I have been historically showing it on this channel as sort of like a plant that I've been caring for. So yeah, I just thought it would make sense to squeeze it into one of these week ofs instead of to those videos. But anyway, just wanted to kind of let you guys know what was going on. I'm probably not going to see you until tonight, and I'm probably going to look even more disheveled than I already look because I've got like a full day ahead of me. Don't mind everything behind me. Don't look at their stuff. Okay, there's a lot of things like this, like literal dead chunks that I'm just going to be chucking away. And I don't think he's gonna care. Some of them are just really dehydrated. This looks like a varicosum. This looks like what is a maharani, or maybe a mellow. Some kind of I can never say the name of this. Malafatis something. I actually quite like this one, just not enough to own it, but kind of cool to see it when I'm here. Lots of things like this that I'm just gonna chuck out and do away with. This is beautiful. I didn't even know. I think this is a Red Anderson. Is it? Or is it just like a really, really pretty white knight? It's got the pink like a Red Anderson, and it certainly has the variegation that I see in a lot of Red Andersons. But man, this thing is beautiful. Sheesh. I think this is a White Princess. Anthurium Silver Blush, possibly. Based on his collection, maybe what is that called? Alocasia Golden Bone or something like that. Oh my god, I look terrible. I don't like this lighting. Don't look. More trash. More trash. Another, I think this is another Three Kings Syngonium. This looks like a very, very sad Monstera Stanleyana elbow variegata. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, you know what? I think this is a, how come I can't think of it? Hei something Hei. Rhaphidophora Hei, Syngonium Hei. Because I know that he had one of those and it looks just like it. Trash. Okay, everything is connected. I've got a string of hearts in here that has managed to wrap itself around multiple plants and root into multiple pots. I feel like I can just put this outside somewhere. I can see a tuber. It's so funny how that happens. How these like strings of things just like create these little tubers randomly. It's funny. To me, it's really funny. Okay, this can definitely come out of this prop box. I don't know what his plan is, but I'll probably just put it on display somewhere outside. This is a fern leaf cactus. I think this was a prop from his bigger plant that died. I saw it outside. Oh my god, these roots, you guys. Oh my. Oh no. Epipremnum pinnatum, elbow variegata. I'm gonna set aside plants in a bin that I'm gonna write, get rid of these. I'm not gonna get rid of them because it's not my call to make, but I'm making the executive decision. Monstera Peru, Microcerum thailandicum. Looks like there's a couple plants in here. Loves that, the swamp-like conditions in here for sure. Another Monstera Peru. Again, I'm gonna put this in a box saying get rid of it because you have one here. And then this is, it looks like an Amplicum. Is it Epipremnum? No, it's something amplissum, I think. More string of hearts. Maybe I'll like bring this back upstairs and repot it into a cute pot for him. Looks like we have some sort of, I feel like this starts with an H, but I can't quite put my finger on the name right now, but my spidey sense is saying it starts with an H. It starts with an H and ends with a smile. Was that a McDonald's slogan? Or did I just make that up? Another Epipremnum pinnatum. Nicholas, you're done. You're done. You're done, Nicholas. This, based on my calculations, looks like it was probably a varicosum as well. Maybe not actually. This, I don't know what that is. This stick now. He's got a bunch of sticks in here actually. I don't know what these are. He has an alocasia silver dragon that's like a full plant now. I'm pretty sure he started this as a corm. And I know that this is an offset because he has his main alocasia silver dragon in the living room. This feels firm. I don't know what it is. And then some kind of begonia that has grown absolutely out of control. But this is actually really cute. Oh no. So anyway, you would have heard me say this in the video that I filmed if you watched that video, but if you're wondering what happened to my thumbs, you know when you're like repotting and stuff and you're like digging in the substrate and like you're really getting in there, and I don't know, I feel like it happens pretty often to me where the skin attached to my nail bed, it gets pulled from the nail, like it gets pulled away from it. So then I have to like band-aid it to like keep the nail tightly onto my skin or else it hurts like hell. So anywho, that happened to both hands today. And that is why I am all bandaged up. And it's kind of hard to do stuff without thumbs. You don't realize how often you rely on these little guys. Got a little cleaned up. Okay, so now it's empty. I'm really not repotting anything. I'm not chopping anything. I don't think. I'm just gonna clear out all the dead ones and then get everything else back in. And I'm going to start, I think, a new prop box for him because I have a bunch of sticks from these two exos that I handled last time. Oh no. I really don't know why the lights turned off in here. I'm hoping that the rest of the lights don't turn off because I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out. Hopefully you can still see what I'm doing. I feel like it looks super bright on the viewfinder, but it's really dark in person. I can't figure out how to turn it back on. Ow, my nails hurt so bad. It's like all of these are detaching from my nail. And oh my god, it's making my butt clench. Owie. Guys, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know if Nick wants to keep this or get rid of it. I mean, he already has his big epipremnum, but I don't want to assume that he doesn't want this. But I'm almost, I don't know, I'm kind of considering adding this to the prop box, but then it's like, what do I do? Or what is he going to do with it once a million bajillion epipremnums pop out? Okay, I'm going to leave this out and say, what do you want to do with this? So I think this is something that I'm going to chop into single nodes and, or like multiple nodes and add to the prop box. And same with this, I think. If anything, I can wrap this around the pot and get these roots into here, and then I'll chop the top off. I can find the scissor. Wrap, wrap, wrap. I'm gonna chop this. So I just chopped the top off and then I wrapped it around this pot, and we're gonna call that fixed. Oh, I need to water it. I think what I'm actually gonna do, instead of putting that prop box back in here, since he already has a spot to put a prop box, I'm gonna just like space them apart more so that everything has kind of more room to grow and breathe, because they're all really like packed up against one another right now. I don't want to assume that, well, that's dead. Okay. I don't want to assume that he wants to throw away any chunks that are still alive, so I'll just stick them back in here. But like something like this, I feel like I can chop up and add to his prop box. I'm just gonna stick this back in here, put it at the front so Nick knows that it's an SOS. I don't know what the heck is happening with this one, but I'm gonna let Nick figure out what he wants to do with it. Alright, so this is done. It's still really packed and crazy, but definitely better than it was before. At least all of the dead plants are out of there. I won't be able to show you everything that I wanted to show you because all the aerial roots are rooted into each other. It's rooted into the other moss poles, it's rooted into the other substrate, so if I take out one, I have to take out like 9. So I grabbed what I could. The first one is, I think, honestly, I don't know why this name is coming into my head, but the alocasia golden bones? I could be making that up, but I think that's what it is. Dragon bones, golden bone maybe. Yeah, this one has actually always been pretty big, but I've never seen it with so many leaves on it. It needs to be repotted because this whole thing is about to absolutely snap, which is why it's leaning on another plant, but I need to water it. Next one I was able to pull out is this philodendron white princess. Look at the stem and the aerial roots, they're crazy. I'm actually gonna take this home with me and I'm gonna repot it, and I'm going to, because it's just in moss, I'm gonna repot it and I'm gonna get it onto a pole the best I can, but look at like the way that it's curved. So yeah, the variegation, it's okay. It used to have nicer variegation. It used to be like, it used to have a lot of white, but it since has kind of just turned more green. I'm not really sure if, don't ask me about the royals, but I'm gonna take this home. Another one is what I think, I feel like this is a newer acquisition. I think this is the Epipremnum pinnatum marble or something like that. I feel like I remember him asking me if he should get this, or maybe that was a variegated Adansonii. Some kind of marbled Epipremnum, I believe. And then the last one that I was able to pull out is his Ficus shaveriana, which actually has such cute variegation on it. Look at this leaf, it's so precious. And even this new leaf is so stinking cute. His is definitely larger than mine. I don't know how large it was when he first got it, but Nick grows plants way faster and bigger than I do. I just can't figure it out. But anywho, that's all that I could pull out for you guys. So I think what I'm gonna do is just get everything back in. I'm gonna water off camera just because it's a lot. It's really tight in here and it's hard to get any kind of angles once the ladder is set up. I think that's all that I have in me for week of today. I just want to get these fingers sort of reset so that tomorrow we can jump in and do some repots and sort out some of his prop bins and stuff like that. Busy day tomorrow. So yeah, the end. Bye-bye. Hello, happy Wednesday. I took a day off to let my nail beds, not nail beds, my fingernails and fingertips recover from that intense repot where I like pulled all of the skin away from it. It was so painful, but we're back. It's a really hot and sunny day today. I do have another YouTube video to film, but I wanted to squeeze some things in for week of before that, I think. So as you can see, I've kind of already been like twiddling around. I'm currently sort of woman handling my mic-ins. She was just getting really compacted this way, and a lot of the leaves in the back were not photosynthesizing and they were all turning yellow. So I've been trying to sort of like spread them apart. Sorry, I'm doing laundry right now. It's a whole thing. Look at behind me. This is where I fold my laundry, everyone. The kitchen is a mess, the whole apartment is a mess. I'm stressed, but we gotta get stuff done today. So since I have the washer going in the background, it's gonna be really loud, so I'm just probably gonna mute this whole thing, do some time lapse. I'm gonna just water, prune some leaves off, trim my mic-ins, and just kind of keep twiddling around. So anyway, once we finish with that, I think we are going to jump straight into the Jose Buono repot, which is down here. It is very thirsty, so I can't wait another day to get it repotted. So we're gonna do that, and I think maybe even repot my soderoy or soderini. I don't know, we'll see. Who remembers this Jose Buono? If you are seasoned to this channel, you would have known that I cared for my friend Nick's Jose Buono for several months, if not maybe even upward of a year. At the time that I picked it up, it wasn't doing that great. The leaves were about this size down here, maybe this as like the largest leaf, but it just was not doing too hot because it didn't have a pole and it just needed support. It needed to be repot, and we're back now. So I actually made the pole that it's on. This is when I made the half moon pole, and it's outgrown it. It's at the very top now. The last node has hit the top. The last leaf that I grew in my care, I believe, was this one right here. And so all of these, like this really, really massive one, would have been grown in Nick's care. It does have spider mites that I can see. So today I'm actually going to get it off this pole reluctantly because it is super rooted into here and it's not going to be fun. And I'm going to give it a wash down in the shower because I just want to get it clean. Not only does it have spider mites, but it's very, very dusty. Oh God, I made such a huge mess. We're gonna head into the plant room and get things sorted. Oh, squeaking sound. It is freakishly hot today. So freakishly hot. Oh my gosh. I swear, I don't even remember how to live in hot weather anymore. All right, so you can't see anything. That's great. Great, good, perfect. We're just gonna get this bad boy out of here, and I'm excited to give this one a new lease on life because I feel like it's just grown so well and with not really giving it that much, you know? And the soil is like so old already. The roots look good. Not worried about it. My Jose Buono actually died, which I'm really sad about. It just completely melted in my tent. I know Nick will probably have cuttings at some point, but I probably won't be cutting it today just because the stem doesn't look super, super long, but we'll just have to see. I personally would love to see this plant grown in pon, but since it's got like established soil roots, I'm not going to make it go through that transition stress anyway. It definitely has chopping potential. Like this stem is so long. Look at how long the stem is at the bottom, but there's no roots. There's no roots high up from what I can see. I mean, we'll have to see what the stem did. Oh, look, a little tiny spider. Okay, it's dead. Yeah, anyway, I'm not gonna unnecessarily chop this if I don't need to. I'm going to wrap the roots in soil. No, I'm not doing that. That's wrong. That's wrong. I'm going to wrap the roots in a plastic bag so that it doesn't get drenched in the shower. It's not so much that I don't want the roots wet. I really don't care about that. I just don't want all of this soil and perlite and stuff going down my drain. Alrighty, she's all ready for her bath. We're gonna start the surgery now. I think I'm just gonna start by cutting this plastic open from one side. Since I'm not chopping this, I could technically just shove this right into the pole and leave it as it is, because I don't want to really break too much off. It's like such a great root system. So here's what we're gonna do. I just need to cut this netting off. And this is why I love the lazy pole, because with the lazy pole, you literally just remove the plastic and it's done. So much easier than any pole, even the pre-made ones, in my opinion. I still very much enjoy using the lazy poles. I've been asked that before. I know that I'm using a lot of these pre-made poles, but that's because a lot of my plants are getting pretty big now, finally, and it's just easier for me to assemble one of the pre-made poles, and it's like a lot more sturdy and supported. I think the biggest lazy pole I've made was for my Glorious, and that one looked so insane. It was a struggle to get it properly supported, so not something that I like love doing. My goodness, this is a workout, man. All right, we've got this top part off. So here's the tea. I don't have a pot, so I think I need to do the same pot size, which is okay because I'm relying on the pole as my main, not my main, but I'm relying on the pole as essentially a pot extension. So as long as he's watering the poles and he's fertilizing the poles, this current pot size should actually be fine. I'm probably gonna need 2 of these. Wait, am I thinking about this wrong? Guys, I was thinking of it wrong. Why did I think that I could just like place it? Am I some kind of unstoppable moron? Like place it? I can't. I mean, I guess I could. It'll just be outside the pole, which is kind of unconventional. Hold on. She's thinking here. I got a little confused. I had a little moment of confusion. You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of a lazy pole. I was thinking I could just like shove it in the lazy pole and then build it, but that's not gonna work. Am I gonna have to untangle this? I feel like all signs are pointing to me having to untangle it, because there's really no way for me to get it into this pole. Damn it. Okay, let me just do that really quick. I really thought I did something. I really thought my brain like didn't betray me for once and like I computed it correctly, but I have a lot of these freaking Joey moments. I'm like, aha! Oh, wait, never mind. I'm not worried about saving a lot of secondary roots. My primary focus is going to be the, wait, what did I say? My focus is not to save every single secondary root. I am going to focus on the primary roots, which are these big, juicy ones. The secondary ones, it's like inevitable that a lot of them are going to break when you're untangling moss. So we're just going to, what's that quote? Give me the power, give me the strength to change. No, give me the strength, wait, give me the strength to change, focus on those things I can't change. Give me the strength to focus on the things I can't change. I don't know. I'll just throw the quote on the screen. Kind of exciting thing. I think the most exciting thing to happen this week in my life is I have been manifesting a yucca plant, and I don't know if I vented about this already. Maybe I did. Hold on. I'm thinking. Okay. Well, if I told it already, sorry. But I've been manifesting a yucca plant. Some of you guys might remember that I've been wanting like a big mature yucca because I don't know, it reminds me of California, it reminds me of the desert. I love it very much. I think it's a great statement piece. I just don't really, I can't see myself having the patience to grow one from a little plant. So I've been scouring Marketplace. The story goes, I'm hoping that I remember this correctly. I already blocked her on Facebook, but there's this, free yucca. I message like maybe 10 minutes after it goes up, and I'm like, hi, like if this is available, like I'd love to pick it up on Saturday or on Sunday because I'm gonna be in that city already at my in-laws' house. She opens my message, doesn't reply to it, and you know, I was like, okay, well, it's fine because I'm not gonna hound her. Like, I'm sure there are multiple people interested, so I figure like I'm just like in the queue now. So she leaves me on red, and then the next day I get a notification from Facebook saying that she had changed the availability of the plant from available to pending, and I was like, dang, someone snatched it. That's fine. And then later that evening, I get another notification saying that it went from pending to available again. And she had written in the description some extra keywords saying like, it's this big, like make sure that you can fit it in your car. I'm guessing maybe the person who came first or who claimed it first like got there and didn't realize how big it was and couldn't actually take it home. So then she, you know, it ended up not working out. So I messaged her again. I'm like, hey, like, sorry to bother you again, but like, if this is still available, like, I'm available to come on Sunday and would love to have this plant. So she messages back, and she's like, yeah, it's still available. Like, what time on Sunday do you want to come by? And this was like around maybe 7 p.m. I was like, oh, it's really up in the air. I'm pretty flexible. Like, I just basically told her I'm going to be babysitting in that area. I was babysitting my nephews, and that this was like the window that I was going to come, or I was going to be there. And I was like, let me know what time in this window works for you. And I didn't hear back. She messages me around, I want to say 11 p.m. and was like, oh, or no, she messages me maybe around 9 p.m. and was like, does 1 p.m. work for you? And I wasn't awake. I was already asleep. So first thing in the morning when I read her message, I'm like, yeah, 1 p.m. is perfect. Like, I'm actually going to be leaving there soon. I'll let you know like when I'm close by. And then while I'm on the way to that city, she messages me. She's like, well, I've got someone coming at 11, but if it doesn't work out, I'll let you know. And I was like, didn't you just agree that you were going to give it to me? Like, you were going to sell it to me? Because I had told you already what window I was going to be there. And it was really just up to her to pick like the time slot and I would be there. It's not like I was saying, oh, you know, I'm not sure if it's going to happen yet. Like, I was so like adamant that I was going to get this plant. And I was like, oh, I thought like we agreed that I was gonna get it from you. And she's like, you never replied. Like, you didn't reply in time last night. And I was like, you messaged me like when people go to sleep. I'm like, that would be different if you messaged me at like 2 p.m. and then I never got back to you until today. But like, it was already nighttime. It was the end of the day, you know. Sometimes I even sleep earlier than that. And so I was like, oh, that sucks. Like, I just, you know, I was peeved. And I think I said something like, I thought based on our conversation, you had already known that I was going to get it from you. I just wanted to know what time would work for you specifically. And she's like, well, yeah, sorry. It's going to go to someone else, but like, I'll let you know if it falls through. And I was like, no, never mind. I'm like actually kind of annoyed at the situation. And then I blocked her. I'm probably getting some details wrong, but it was something along those lines of just like, we had already been communicating about it, and then, I don't know, she thinks I didn't message her back in time when it was not even like what I expect or what I consider like a reasonable time to reply back. Like, if I were the person giving away the plant, I would have like at least waited until like to hear from them the next morning, since it was already so late. But I don't know, I guess some people are more cutthroat on Marketplace, like especially if it's something free and they just want to get rid of it. They're not going to be like super courteous. They're going to come, like, they're going to make a deal with the person that's most convenient, and I get that, but I've never actually had it happen to me before, so I was just kind of taken back. Like, did we just not have this conversation? Did I dream this conversation when we agreed that I would come on Sunday? I don't know. It's not like I was very obscure about it, like, oh, I'm not sure if I can come, or I'm not sure if the times are going to work out. Like, I was super clear that I was going to be there no matter what. Anyway, how the hell am I going to get this into the moss pole? What the frick? I might have to chop this plant, because this is all rooted at the top, and that's great. We love that. But I'm overwhelmed. There's so much moss everywhere. I hate moss. I hate moss. I hate it. I hate it. So here is the stem stitch. So many roots, and this is why I encourage you to use poles that like that are enclosed, because it's really difficult to get a root system like this on a traditional moss pole if you're not really keeping up with the watering. And even then, if you are, especially indoors, if it's not being hosed down, if you don't live in a naturally humid environment, it's super hard to get these kinds of roots in that kind of pole. The reason why I love it is because, you know, it's not, I think that a lot of people assume that using a moss pole is strictly just for support to keep it upright. I mean, that's a huge part in it. But another reason is that, you know, you can essentially have an extension of your pot along the stem, and that's going to help bring nutrients to the top of the plant a lot easier than if you only had roots down at the bottom. So in a lot of ways, just having these kinds of moss poles, I feel like it automatically makes you a better plant parent in that it's easier to care for them. You know, you're giving yourself insurance with more roots in case anything happens to the ones in the vessel. And yeah, you'll just find a lot more robust growth when you have these kinds of established roots in your pole. So anyway, I need to find a place to chop. I know that he's not super pressed about having like a super tall plant, and if you actually look at this down here, it's all like bare stem, and the root system is not humongous. Oh my gosh, there's moss everywhere. I'm like a child. Why am I so messy? So if you look at this root system, it's really not massive. It's not huge. There's actually a good amount up here, and these are newer and I would say healthier. So what I'm gonna do is actually just chop down here. Guess who has a Jose Buono again? Okay, and of course you guys, I'm gonna ask him if I can take it, and I know he's gonna say yes. That's why I'm saying that, but I don't just like chop all of his plants and then just start hoarding them. He is aware of all of the things that I'm doing. So anyway, I'm gonna be removing some of these lower leaves so that I can have a bit of leeway to put this in the pot, if that makes sense. And a lot of these lower leaves are much smaller, and you know, we're not really focusing on them. They are perfectly healthy leaves, I understand that, but sometimes you just do what you gotta do for the sake of the repot. I feel like that's okay for the pot. Yeah, I don't want to remove any more because I still want him to have like a decent sized plant. Okay, it's so mossy. Holy heckaroni pepperoni. Anyway, I've convinced Nick that I've convinced Nick to switch all of the poles that he has in his house to these clear ones because his partner Flo hates the black moss poles. He finds them extremely ugly, and I don't blame him. I have to agree with him. I would not ever have one of those poles in my house again. And so I just feel like it would be better that, you know, Nick can enjoy his plants and still get the function of a moss pole, and then we can also help Flo with, you know, feeling more comfortable in his house. So yeah, so we're gonna slowly start transitioning everything to new poles. I'm probably gonna be doing a lot of it, to be honest, not because I'm like a freaking saint or anything, but I just find it really fun to bring other people's plants onto this channel. So bless you, we're kind of, it's like a good trade-off. Like, I get content, he gets his plants taken care of. It's a win-win. Okay, I'm wondering if I think I'm gonna just fill the moss pole first. I think that's what I'll do, because I'm not actually gonna try and stick any of these roots into the pole, I don't think. I'm probably just going to redirect all of them back into the vessel, and the top aerial roots I'll just shove into the pole, so it'll be fine. I can't get the Little Mermaid song out of my head. I was on TikTok this morning, and Halle Bailey performed that song live at Disneyland at like 3 in the morning or something. It was some special performance, and it was incredible. And she is, oh my gosh, her voice is insane. So anyway, I watched that video, and now I can't stop singing Part of Your World. Also, you guys, I'm planning out a collab with, well, first Alice. We're going to be doing another Who Grew It Better. That's like probably been one of my most highly requested collabs with Alice again is one of those, so we're gonna get that in the queue. And then I'm also, for the first time, gonna be collaborating with Lauren at North Shore Tropicals, and I'm kind of thinking of doing like maybe a repot and chat or something, if that's of interest, or if you guys have any like collab ideas for me and Lauren, please leave that in the comments, because I've got to get that in before I go to California. I can't believe I leave so soon. I leave next month already. Alice is gonna be in Britain. Well, and we're leaving and coming back literally like almost at the same exact time. I think we leave on the same day, and then she gets back a day after me. So we're not gonna see each other for a while. Do I want to do this wider? Yeah, let's do it bigger, because I don't want it to be packed too tight. I'm gonna do it slightly bigger so that I can accommodate more roots in here. It's definitely easier, I would say, to assemble these poles when you have substrate in it already, rather than doing it empty. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just focus. I don't know why I get so pressed, honestly, about having mess when I'm repotting. It's like, obviously it's gonna be messy. Obviously I'm gonna clean it. Like, why am I so neurotic? I'm the same way when I'm cooking. Like, if I'm cooking, I know that I'm gonna clean up at the end, but while I'm cooking, if I'm not like, if I like spill on the counter or like get, you know, ingredients on the counter, I get so stressed out. I have no space here. Get out of here. Oh no. Oh no. Dang it. I just made this batch of soil too for something I needed. I'm gonna steal this cover pot so it doesn't spill out. I could also use a, landscape fabric, but then I'd have to get up again. I'm sorry if the angle is, or I'm sorry if like the lens gets covered while I'm doing this, but it's so hard to repot large plants and film in a small space when you're so close. Okay, so I'm gonna try and show you first though. All of these roots that have like an established system already, I'm gonna redirect back into the soil. But these little guys that are just getting started, maybe not this one, but like these nubbins, I'm gonna try and get it up against this pole as best as possible, just to give this plant, a better transition, hopefully. So that all has to go in there. And honestly, like, I know that I didn't upsize the pot at all, but this pot size is actually perfect for this plant, because a lot of the roots were being formed in the pole, which is magical. It made this whole process so much easier for me. So I'm gonna just try and stick them in this way without breaking them. It does get difficult, and this is why I like to fill my poles after usually. Oh my gosh, I didn't grab. You know what? I am my own worst enemy. I know that I want to do it like right here, actually. Let's go a little lower. So just try and lift this at the same time and secure this first. How's that new leaf looking? How you doing, guy? Almost done, I swear. Okay, I need you to cooperate. So there are some exposed roots. I don't know if you can see it. I can barely see anything on the screen, but there are some exposed roots like right here that I don't want to dry out. So I think I'm just going to top it with moss and do this thing that I've done before. And I'll just show you how I do it. I don't know if I've ever shown it on this channel, but it's nothing new. It's nothing I invented. It's just a thing that's been done plenty of times. All right, enough of the soil. Switching angles, I think, is the worst part about YouTube. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just, sorry, arm shot. I'm just gonna pack some moss up at the top, like that. And you could honestly just leave it like that, but this moss is gonna dry out in a hot second. And so will all of your roots. So I'm gonna pack, and then I'm gonna take some plastic wrap. I don't like to do this very often because I find it to be like in excess use of plastic. I try and only buy plastic wrap every like 10 years if I can help it. So anyway, I'm gonna essentially use this as a covering, and the reason that I can't use a strap is because of all the petioles. If these petioles were gone on the bottom, I could easily just put a strap here and call it a day, but I need to be able to go around these petioles. So that's the only reason why I'm using saran wrap, because I find it to be really not only wasteful but just ugly. But since it's just on the base, I don't really care. So, oh, I've got a little root here that I wanna, if I don't break it, please don't break, Sherman. Oh, that's good, good. Okay. Just redirect it in there. And then you're gonna wanna pull it tight. And then that way you can enclose the moisture. And then I'm gonna take a Velcro tie, and we're gonna use it like a belt to just hug it like that. And then that way you can still water it and keep it nice and, oh, what's happening here? You can water it and keep it nice and hydrated still. Like you could just use a little squeeze bottle or your sprayer or whatever and just get this moss wet, but at least with the saran wrap, it'll keep it damp for longer and it won't dry out as fast. And then I think the last thing I'm gonna do, if you can see, is I want to secure the top part. So here's something that I don't really see being talked about that often when assembling moss poles. So I've seen some people, I've seen a few like moss pole installations where they'll put it on the pole, but they'll forget to position the top as centered as possible, because if you, like, let's say this was like all the way out here, there's a chance that your stem could start growing this way, and you want it to be growing up this pole. You don't want the stem to go any other direction other than where your pole is, because that's obviously the purpose of it. So to prevent this top part from like going anywhere else, sorry, it's so blurry. Hello, whatever. You can kind of tell what I'm doing. I'm also gonna take another piece of Velcro tie, and I'm just gonna secure the top. Even though there's no aerial roots up there just yet, I wanna make sure that it at least knows which way to go. So that's pretty centered. I can probably even train it to go a little bit further left, because it looks like it's having a tendency to like go this way. You can kind of see where it bends, or where it curves, I mean. And that is it. So I managed to do this repot without damaging the new leaf, thank goodness, and she's all set. Oh, she looks so much happier, and I'm feeling super good about this transition. I loved those roots that I saw inside the pole. I think now that those roots that were in moss are now in soil with more nutrition and more amendments and stuff, I just think it's gonna take off. So hopefully maybe in several months, maybe after summer, I'll bring this guy back from Nick's house and just show you what it looks like. If your space doesn't look like this at least once a week, are you really even a plant parent? I don't know. I think this is the last thing I'm gonna do today for week of, because like I said, I gotta film another YouTube video and I've got to haul ass on editing for Saturday's video. But these are string of hearts, or variegated string of hearts from Nick's place. He had it in the prop bin, which I'm not really sure why. I don't know if he got these as cuttings or what, but I think it's time that he enjoy this plant. So I'm gonna just repot it for him in a nice vessel. Oh no, that one doesn't have roots. And I think what I'm gonna do is a mixture of maybe tree fern fiber and soil, just because I'm not loving the way that this root system is looking. Like on this tuber right here, there's like barely anything. So I'm kind of treating this as a repot slash propagation continuation. This one is totally fine. I like the way that looks. But yeah, we've got mostly, should I even bother with this one? I don't know. We've got mostly nothing on the second one, on this guy. And I hope I didn't miss another string of hearts at his place so that I could put it all in one pot, but that's okay. I'm hoping this is not too chunky as a propagation substrate. I also have zero experience with the string of hearts, or really string of anything. I've owned them before, but just for a very brief moment in time. Not enough to give anyone any kind of care advice or anything. I'm not your girl for that. If anything, you should ask my mom. What do I do? There's a little tuber guy down here that's starting to push out roots. I wonder if I should like wrap it around and stick it in. That's what she said. I could also chop, I guess, and make it like a fuller pot. So I've got two tuber. One, come closer, child. Okay, so I've got this one little testicle here. I've actually got 3 tubers starting, 1, 2, 3. So I think I'll put this whole thing like that. Wait, will I? I wish I could just sit it like that. Anyway, this one here has a larger tuberous root system. Here's one reason why I don't want to own one of these. Untangling them, it's like untangling like a really tiny metal chain, you know, like on a necklace. It's pretty stress and anxiety inducing. Oh, see, I've knocked one off already. These are not made for me. I'm too clunky. Like my hands and my entire being, I'm too like, oh my god, the freaking hearts are like flying off left and right. Look at me trying to do a nice thing for Nick and it's just all going to shit. I'm gonna have to bring him home a new string of hearts. How do you strings people handle this? Especially if it's like a large pot. What the heck? Okay, so I've got this guy. I'm gonna stick that in there. And then I've got this tuberous guy, which I don't know if I should try and stick in there too, but it's like so difficult. Oh my god, Pudge is honking like a freaking fire truck in the background. Okay, that's as good as it's gonna get. It's kind of loop-de-looing, but I want all of these tubers to be in here if possible. And I'm also going to be inoculating this with Great White. I don't know if Nick uses mycorrhizal inoculants. I don't think he does. I didn't see any at his place. And he's not really doing a ton of plant care at the moment. He's kind of just doing like the bare minimum to keep him alive, which is kind of what I'm doing too. I feel like a lot of us are now that everyone's back at work and kind of like in the full swing of socializing again and, you know, going on trips and stuff. It's like that time in 2020 was like so, it was I'm not going to say a luxury because that's a terrible thing to say about a pandemic, which was like the most awful time in a lot of people's lives. But you know what I mean? Like just being home that often, having to be forced to stay home. Like we literally had, you know, store closures and stuff. Like we literally could not be out of the house. So that was actually kind of scary when they, like the government was enforcing those like times where like you couldn't be at certain places. I was like, dude, this feels kind of, I don't know, feels like I'm in another world. So she's potted now. We lost a lot of hearts on the way, we really did, but at least she's potted now, and I think she'll do better than that super dry moss. I'll probably just like put this on one of his shelves or something. So anyway, I'm not going to bother changing the angle of the camera, but I'm going to cut it here for week of today, and I'll see you tomorrow. We are gathered here today to water my hoyas, which needed water like 3 days ago. I was gonna do some repotting today, but I think I'm gonna leave that for tomorrow. I've had a really long day of work already. I was so behind on work because I've been so focused on YouTube, and I had a lot of client orders that needed to be fulfilled for my business. So I'm kind of just zonked. Like being behind a computer for that many hours, like from the moment I wake up, like really takes it out of me. And I just finished filming another YouTube video, which is going to be my whole Rosales collection, which I don't know if it's going to go up before or after this video. But anyway, that's why I have makeup on. If not, I really try to not wear makeup for these week ofs, because putting on makeup that many times a day, every single day, drives me into a frenzy. So I don't know if it's just you guys or if this is just a me thing, but whenever I water my hoyas, I like to take them all out individually. I don't know why. I think it's because it like allows me to spend time with the plants and just kind of really see how they're doing. Like this one, my Clemenciorum, I didn't even know that it had a new leaf on the way. Did I know that? I don't know. I can't remember. I can see some dried up stems, so I'm gonna also do a little bit of cleanup as well. But I kind of just want to like take it easy today because it's just been, you know, it's been a day, and tomorrow we have a very busy day, which is it's an exciting day though. And the reason I want to bring this up now is because I was uploading and reviewing all of my footage that I filmed this week, and I realized I had brought up the story of the yucca tree. Remember? The reason that I brought that up was because I wanted to tell you something specifically, and then I just was like, all right, bye, see ya, and then never talked about it. So we can talk about it now. Oh, I'm so itchy. The reason that I brought up the yucca in the first place is because I managed to score a yucca from someone local, and I'm not sure if I mentioned it in a week of, but I have been manifesting a mature yucca tree because they do sell them at like IKEA and Home Depot, like really small, but I really don't like the look of baby yucca trees. I just don't find them, appealing at all. I really like the more mature yucca trees that have like a full long like trunk and has like a cool growth pattern, not ones that are just growing straight up. And I found the epitome of what I'm looking for. It may be a little bit wonkier than I was asking for, but I really love it. And I'm all like, ever since we finalized the sale, I have just been like going in my head about what I'm gonna move around to make sure I can find it the perfect spot. So I'm gonna show you a picture of what it looks like. This is the yucca tree, so freaking cool. This person said that it was growing in, I think it was like a bright south facing like sunroom, like it was getting like really bright light, and then it was living in a basement for a long time because it like outgrew that spot. And I'm just excited to kind of like bring it home and bring it to a house that like wants it there. And even my husband, because he's going to pick it up for me, he was like, whoa, this plant's like really cool. He's like, you didn't tell me how big it was though. And because he's picking it up after work, and I was just like, oh hey, can you pick up a plant for me? And he's probably thinking like a little plant that he can hold in his hand, and he was like, oh, is this gonna fit in the car? But he thinks it's really cool, so that's good. But anyway, I scored this plant. It was just such a steal of a deal. I think I got it for like 20 bucks or something. Maybe it was $40, which is not bad. It's got like multiple stems in it. I think it has like 3 or 4 plants in it, and it just has the coolest growth pattern. I just am imagining it already and I'm so happy. So I need to get like a cute pot for it. I need to make soil for it, and like I want to give it like all the TLC this week. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I'll show you the plant. We'll repot it, and then we need to handle these freaking plants in this prop box. So yeah, anywho, that's why I told you the yucca story, because I got a yucca and I'm actually really excited about it. Like, I'm like super pumped. I feel like I haven't been this excited for a plant in a really long time. Besides getting the tortum from Jing, I'm also super excited about that. I should probably repot that this week too, but I kind of maybe want to wait until I do another video I'm planning out soon, which I don't want to tell you just yet. I do love Hoyas, but I will say I don't like this. I don't like when they do this, like all the leaves are down here and then it'll just do this long tendril. Why do I always call it a tendril? It's a long stem and then 2 leaves up at the top. And then once these are full grown leaves, it's gonna, you know, but then it doesn't grow long enough, like quite long enough to like wrap it around. I don't know. I find Hoyas to be sort of difficult to maintain, to be honest. I just kind of wish they grew more compact and not like this. That's my only gripe. Is it going to prevent me from owning Hoyas? No. But I will complain about it because it is my channel. My Hoya Thomsonii is growing, so I don't know if you guys saw this in my Hoya tour. It wasn't very popular because I feel like people don't come on this channel for Hoyas, which is why I didn't invest a ton of time into that Hoya tour. But I got a large plant from Alice and I ended up chopping it into several pieces. I kept one for myself, one for mom, and then I gave a piece back to Alice. So this one here is for my mom, and it pushed out a new leaf and it's so tiny, cute, and fuzzy. I can't get over it. I just love the fuzz on the Thomsonii so much. It gives me cute aggression. I have yet to get a new leaf on mine, but it's okay. Mom's got a new leaf and I'm happy about it. This Finlaysonii pushed out 2 new leaves. I don't know if these leaves were like just emerging during the tour, but they're fully grown now and so dry. I am happy though that Hoyas have like the ability to stay happy and healthy even when it is bone dry, and I actually find that some of my Hoyas push out growth when it's really dry. I don't know if that's like stress induced or what, but if I let like my other plants dry out like this, they would be long gone. But it's like these roots are so hardy that it doesn't completely die for a while, even if it doesn't have water. So I'm just like, can I get a new leaf on this Hoya carrii, please? I can see a spot here that looks like it wants to wake up, but it's like it hasn't done anything yet. I'm just so sick of one leaf. I want another leaf so bad. And then this one, who I don't know the idea of, pushed out 2 new leaves. Yeah, this one's really fun too. I feel like the light is too bright. I think that's a little bit better. It's not so washed out. But I'm like almost certain I have flat mites. But is it weird that I'm not super concerned about it? It's like the pest that I have that I know I have. I know. I haven't even like used my microscope yet that Amanda gave me. But I think a part of me doesn't want to see them. A part of me wants to see them, but another part of me is like, I don't want to see them. I know they're there, but I don't have definitive proof. It's like I'm almost taking the ignorance is bliss road, which is not great in plant parenthood. It doesn't really work that way. This is my reverted Hoya Wilbur Graves. Again, another super long stem with just a single leaf at the top. I think it's because it's not getting a lot of light. It's like all the way down here. An issue that I'm having with this red stuff, because I'm not using the shelves in here, the plants here are not getting a ton of light. And I'm almost contemplating getting another Mother Life grow light to just stick. It's not ideal to have just a light standing on the floor here because this is where I film most of my videos, but I think that a lot of the Hoyas here would benefit from having direct light on it from the front, because this is not quite doing the job for all of the plants down here. It's good for everything that you can kind of see up here, but like these guys are not, they're not getting a lot of light. So I'm still kind of contemplating what I'm gonna do. Haven't quite figured it out yet. For like what they're getting now, it's not bad. I'm still getting growth, but it's really, really leggy and annoying. I think of all my plants, I'm the most proud of this little guy, because I got this as a one leaf cutting from, I think, Alice, and I just love it so much because it has like the fuzzy backs, and it just feels so nice and has very like subtle muted venation, but it's like, I don't know, I find it to be really beautiful. I loved it to death. Well, I loved it almost to death. It dropped all of its leaves. The whole top of the stem just completely turned barky like this, like completely dead. So I chopped it off. I got it out of the substrate, and I just put it into perlite, I think. And I was really sad about it. I was talking to Jing about it because she's the one that I usually talk to Hoyas about. And I was like, well, like, I don't know if anything's gonna happen with this. And she was telling me how it is kind of difficult to grow Hoyas without any leaves, like just from stick. And she was saying how she usually just like throws the sticks away if there's no more leaves on it. But I didn't want to give up on it because I loved it so much. I think this is a Hoya villosa. Am I wrong? Anyway, I didn't want to give up on it because of how much I like this Hoya. So it was sitting in perlite for like a year. I'm not even kidding. And then one magical day, it just woke up, and it was like a miracle. Oh my gosh, this one's so thirsty. It's not very common that this plant has this many yellow leaves at once. So I don't know if it's a thirst thing or what, but it's not a great sign. Hoya Mathilde. I've loved this plant even more now since I got it onto this architrellis, which I'm almost out of. I'm like using them very sparingly now. I can't believe how humongous this new leaf is right here. It actually could be the largest leaf on this plant to date. I'm not sure. It's really, really big though. I feel like it doesn't look that big in person. It's bigger than my hand. This is also a new leaf. I think this is a new leaf. This one's pretty big too, but not as big as this new one that just came in. It's still a little bit soft, but I love it so much. I'm tempted to chop off this leaf because it's kind of ugly, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's taking up a lot of space. Same with these. They have a lot of the sulfur powder that I used when I was trying to treat flat mites, and it just like wouldn't come off. I actually haven't done like a mealybug inspection in a long time, and that's not good because I don't want to get lax. It's like, I remember I had, obviously, you were a part of Hoya Apocalypse as it was happening in real time. Yeah, I had a really bad mealybug problem. They were everywhere, and I almost lost my entire collection. After Hoya Apocalypse, this is likely sulfur dust, doesn't look like a Hoya. It doesn't look like a mealybug, but I'm gonna just wipe it down anyway. But anyway, the reason that that's not a good sign is because I tend to do that. Like, I'll have a really bad infestation of something, it'll take me ages to like get rid of it, and then I get lax. And I'm like, oh, I haven't seen a mealybug in so long, like I'm fine, I don't have to keep inspecting. But I think a part of that is because like there's always kind of something to do in this hobby, and I tend to like fixate on certain things. So it's like, if I'm really, really concerned about spider mites, like that's all I'll have my like sight on like that week. Or if I want to like replace poles that I have outgrown, like I have a hard time kind of balancing everything that needs to be done within the hobby all at once, especially with work and like my schedule outside of plants. So I try and be easy on myself, but then there are times where I'm like, I know for sure that I could be better at doing something, and being on top of pest prevention is definitely one of them. I've been pretty good with spider mites just because they've been so effing annoying lately, and now I'm having this damn fungus gnat issue. I think I'm going to be trying something new in my substrate to kill the fungus gnats. something that's not mosquito dunks because it's not doing it for me. In the past it worked, but for some reason this year I've already done like a few mosquito dunk treatments and it's almost like they're feasting on it and multiplying even faster, and it's alarming. I'm really glad I didn't chop this Hoya pachiclata. If you watched my Hoya tour, I think I showed you what it looked like before. It was kind of just like crawling up this grid wall, and it looked really crazy and leggy, and just by like wrapping it around this trellis, I was able to make it look really full and nice. This one also I treated with sulfur dust a while back. I can still see some of the sulfur on the trellis, but no signs of any mealybugs. It's just so strange, like they just suddenly disappeared. I mean, I would hope that after that treatment I did, that they would go away, but I really wasn't confident that like that would do it, but it really did. It worked at the cost of many Hoyas dying. This is a Hoya that I don't know the idea of. Hoya, I knew it before because Alice gave it to me. Just didn't label it, but this one was also very leggy, and I just wrapped it around this trellis, and she is good as new now. And just FYI, in my sprayer right now, I just have TPS1, very, very light fertilization. I probably put, and that's a 2-gallon pump sprayer, I probably did like, I don't know, 4 milliliters in it, so it's really not much at all. I watered my Hoya New Guinea Ghost 2 days ago because it was so thirsty and wrinkled, and this is one of my prized plants, so I do tend to kind of watch this one a little bit more closely than my other Hoyas. There certainly is preferential treatment in this house with my plants. I'm not going to lie about that. Not all of my plants are treated equally, and I know it doesn't seem fair, but I feel like we're allowed to have our favorites. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you guys about this, and hopefully most of you are making it up to this point because I know that they can be really long-winded, and I know some of you just put this on while you're doing your other stuff. So if you're listening, please come to the screen. I have something to ask you. What I wanted to ask is, the reason that I make these super duper long week ofs, I know that my videos tend to be longer on this channel, but the specific reason that I made a week of, and I used to call it the week of plant to-dos, but I think 3 months I rebranded it to a week of plant things because it kind of seemed weird to brand it as a to-do when I was like going to nurseries and I was like going to events at North Shore Tropical. That's not really like a chore or a to-do, so I just felt like a week of plant things, it like rhymes better, and it, I don't know, just makes more sense. Anyway, the point of doing these week ofs was so that you guys had something to put on in the background while you're doing your own plant things. So there are obviously times in the week where I can cut out footage or like not do a full time lapse, but just do little bits and pieces instead of putting the entire length that I filmed into a time lapse. But the reason that I do it is because I feel like those are things that I like to have in a video when I'm doing my own plant chores. Like, I'd rather the creator leave it in rather than take it out to, you know, also elongate the video. But I've had some people say that they don't like when there's too much of a period where I'm not talking, and it's just like music and I'm just kind of like fiddling and doing stuff. But then I get like a good amount of people who are like, I love the time lapses. I love the ones where like I would watch like a no talking video and just you doing plant stuff. So it's kind of like I get both sides, and I'm just not sure. I don't know. Obviously, like, I have a certain style of like filming and editing, and I kind of film and edit the way that I would want to watch it, like, you know, if it was someone else. But I don't know, I would love to kind of know your thoughts on what you come to the week ofs for specifically. Like, one, what kind of things do you like seeing? Is it like repotting it? Is it repotting? Is it watering? Is it going to North Shore? Is it like what do you come to the week ofs for specifically? That's one thing I want to know. And then what are like parts of the week of that you, I guess, like the most, in terms of like, oh, I like when you do more repot and chat things, or I like when you are showing time lapses of you cleaning. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I basically kind of just want to like get some ideas from you guys about what you come here for the week of, so that I kind of have an idea of how I can keep tailoring it to what you guys want. Of course, like I do still keep like what I want to do in mind, but I make these videos for you guys. I don't make them for me, so that would be helpful. Anyway, sorry, I'm showing you this Lacunosa mint coin. Easily has become one of my favorite hoyas. I just, you know me, I just love a silver leaf. And I probably should just add this to my EXO, because like my Soderoy is living in there, my Majestic is living in there, my Scindapsus Silver Cloud. Like I have most of my silvery plants in there already, that I feel like this would be like a nice touch, but I think it's really liking it in this Hoya cabinet. And it's grown so much. I think that, oh yeah, this was the cutting, so you can see where it was cut right there. So it was given to me as a plant this small, and all of this grew in my care, and I'm very proud. Kind of bummed that my extraction site is hurting again. I don't know why. I felt like it was getting better, the infection got better, but then yesterday I started to feel worse. The pain came back. It feels more swollen than it did yesterday. I don't know. What's wrong? You can't come here right now. Oh, no, you can't come here right now. It's too, look, it's so, there's too many things. There's too many things. Oh my gosh, you're gonna knock things over. Oh, he just walked straight into, did you guys see? Oh. Buddy, that's a glass, you can't walk into glass. The undulata is gonna poke you right in your bug eyes. Babe, you gotta back up. Who's next? I don't really want to take these out because they're sort of established in there, so I'll just water those. But yeah, that's pretty much all that's going on with my Hoyas. I kind of want to try and do one thing today, because I have things to do and I want to get them done, but at the same time, again, I'm spent today. I feel like I've had like a full day and it's only 4 p.m. I said that I was gonna repot the Jose Buono. I could do that. It's not like wait, what? I already did that. I did that yesterday. Or the day before. Am I okay? Oh, I need to do this. I need to do this White Princess. Nick's White Princess. So he's back. He's back on vacation. So he came home for like a day and a half. And now he's off to LA. I think he left this morning, so I'll be able to sneak in there and bring back some of his plants. But it's this White Princess that I need to handle, you guys. Look at her. What in the fresh hell is happening? Okay, why did I do that? I've gotten myself into a pickle. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll do that just so I don't waste a day where I could get stuff done. I don't have it in me, not today, to do the prop boxes. Maybe tomorrow we'll do prop boxes and the yucca, but I don't have a pot for the yucca. Maybe we could go get something for the yucca together. You know, Walmart actually has really cute pots right now. Maybe, oh, shit. Vince is taking the car tomorrow. I can't believe tomorrow's Friday already. Oh my Lanta. Maybe we could just like head to Walmart maybe today to see if they have a pot. Cause I would go to like a nursery, like a real nursery, but their pot, like a pot that I would need that size, is gonna be out of my budget. I think I can only afford Walmart pots right now. And they're actually really cute. Like even the smaller pots, they have like really, really nice, just like solid white and solid black pots. So one of my Hoya Polyneura Roget, it's not looking too good, but the stem, oh, the stem is mushy. It's weird, like the root system is healthy and it kind of looked like it was gonna start pushing out growth somewhere, and then it just like aborted and died. You guys want to know something funny? It was a monumental moment in my life where my niece roasted me for the first time. It was magical. So she recently, she used to call, well, she does call me E, just E. And that's because she's speech delayed. If you guys have seen any of her videos, she's turning 4. Her speech is quickly, like, she's like talking in full sentences now, not completely clear, but holy smokes, like she really just took off with speech when she started speech therapy. But she always called me E, and I think it's because my sister taught her how to say auntie, but she couldn't say auntie, she would just say E. So I became E, and she recently learned like all of our real names. So she like knows my mom's name, my dad's name, all of like my sister's names. Yeah, she knows my name is Charmaine now. It was a couple days ago when my sister was just like kind of MIA. And I mean, she's busy, obviously. She's a stay-at-home mom of 2 little ones, so like naturally she's just running around like a chicken with its head cut off all the time. But even then, like, she manages to like text me, and like, I don't know, like we always have some form of communication. Like we're just texting all day. So there was one day specifically where she was not replying to me, so much to the point where I got worried. And I was like tracking her location like a freak. And I was just like getting so paranoid that something happened to her. What was here before? Why am I missing something? Hello? Finally she replies back. She's like, oh my gosh, I've had like the craziest day or whatever. So I just decided to do something nice for her, because I think if I lived in Sac, I would definitely like come by often and like help her with the house, help her babysit the kids, but like I don't, like I can't do that, which really sucks. It's something that I just would, ugh. You guys don't know how much I like daydream about being able to do that, just being able to be like, hey, come over, or like, hey, can I come over and have dinner, like, you know, watch the kids or take the kids somewhere. I would love to do that, but I can't. So I often will just like DoorDash her food, or like DoorDash her boba or something. So I DoorDashed her spring rolls, because she like always craves Vietnamese spring rolls, and I wanted to get something for my niece, but she like, I don't know, she's not super picky with her food, but like she probably wouldn't eat like a Vietnamese dish just yet. But they did have chow mein on the menu, and maybe you guys see where this is going now. So my sister was like super grateful that I got them food, and she's like, yeah, I'll FaceTime you when we're eating. And so she FaceTimes me, and we're talking. She's asking her like, oh, what's Dad's name, and what's my name, and you know, what's Mima's name? And then she says like, what's E's name? And then she literally called me chow mein.
Do you remember Auntie E's real name?
Chow mein.
Yeah.
I want to eat chow mein. I want to eat
She said it with her whole chest, chow mein, and then starts laughing. I was like, I'm getting flashbacks to when I was in 3rd grade, because that is when people started calling me chow mein, making fun of my name. 3rd grade is when I learned to hate my name. Well, I was bullied in preschool, and not kindergarten, mostly preschool. Preschool I was bullied, but not because of my name, but because I was really small. They like wouldn't let me play with them because they said I was too small, and if I wanted to play with them, because they would play house, I would have to be the baby, and I was like, I don't want to be the baby. You guys can go yourself. I'm gonna go read, losers. Anyway, yeah, I got like 3rd grade flashbacks. I was like, holy crap, did my niece just call me chow mein? I'm dead. But it was actually really funny. Okay, let's get this freaking pink princess, or this white princess sorted, because she's looking crazy. kind of feel like you can sort of see what I'm doing. If not too bad, so sad. I don't even know if it's worth getting out of here because I know there are no roots in this soil that's going to contribute to this top cutting, because I'm going to cut it. I'm not going to put it on a pole like this. Are you crazy? So the good news about having this many aerial roots is that I'll be able to get roots on it quicker. So I'm going to have to probably, I'm not going to hold this for Nick for too long. I think I'll just like get it in water and put it in his exo or something, and then like revisit it in a few weeks once it's rooted. But I think I'm gonna, okay, I think I'm gonna cut right here. Bottom cutting. Here's the reason why I feel like it's gonna be a difficult repot. Look at the shape of this. It's curved, and the stem is so thick that it's gonna be super hard to train it to go this way. I mean, it's just, like, it's not impossible, but it's gonna take some time to like work out this kink. But I think that I can do it. Sorry, I'm just doing a pest inspection. He did have a little bit of an issue with spider mites and thrips, but that was kind of a while ago. Anyway, I'm gonna rip off this lower leaf because it's yellowing anyway. And I think I'm gonna chop this leaf off too because I want to have some stem down in the substrate without any leaves in the way. And I think this could be good. Okay, the only thing is I don't have a vessel. Like, I need all my vessels. I might have to go down to Nick's house and see what I can find. Okay, be right back. I am gonna get it on a pole right away, a moss pole. And Nick said that he was leaving in the afternoon. I don't really know what that means. And I don't really want to barge in downstairs and just like let myself in and they're like sleeping before their trip or something. So this is not ideal, but it's gonna work. And I really am I want to get the rooting process started. So it's gonna be fine for now. Again, not ideal, but it will work. I'm not even gonna bother like putting a layer down. I'm just gonna put it in right away. But actually, you know what I'll do first before that is get it on the pole and build this pole out. I'm like so excited for my trip home, but the month leading up to these California trips are always so stinking stressful. Just trying to get like all my work done before I go, because it's not like I'm just gone for a few days, you know. I'm gone for like almost 3 weeks, and that's like a good chunk of time to be away from work at once when you're self-employed, I would say. I mean, I know it's hectic when you like come back from a 9-to-5 and your emails have blown up, but yeah, it's just really, really hectic. I work pretty much like, I would say 14 to 16 hour days, like every day, including the weekends, for that entire month before, just to get everything done. But like, I really need this trip. I'm not gonna bother trying to redirect these aerial roots in, I don't think. Will I? Because I would love to get like this aerial root specifically into the pole, these ones into the pole, and this one into the pole so that it can root into the moss already. Maybe I can try and stick it in after, that's what she said. So anyway, I really need this trip. I've just been missing my family a lot. Obviously, I had a great time when I was back for Christmas, but I was also a little bit anxious for that trip because if you guys were around this channel at that time, you would have known that I was kind of going through something, and I was really anxious to go home, sort of in a good and in a bad way. And now that like more time has passed, I just feel like this trip will be a lot more I don't know, chill and not so like, hey, how's everyone doing? I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like some of you can maybe put the pieces together of what has been going on. And again, I'm not trying to like dangle this in front of you guys and keep you hanging, but I have mentioned before, for legal reasons, I can't say anything, but it has taken up a huge chunk of my mental capacity over the last few weeks, and it's getting dragged out, and I want it to be over already, but unfortunately it's just out of my control. And I will talk about it once everything has settled, but I just have this fear that it's not gonna be for a while, like it's just gonna drag on and take forever. I really don't want that to be the case. I want it to be done, but anywho, you can't see anything. I'm putting the poll together. All of that to say, I just think that this trip is gonna be a little bit more vacation feeling, and I've just needed that for a while. I was even thinking about visiting my family in Hawaii, on Maui. The only reason really that I haven't at this point is because I feel guilty about doing it, just because Maui, or not Maui in specific, but Hawaii in general, they're so low on resources, and like tourism is like so high right now, even though like native Hawaiians have told tourists to like basically f off, and for good reason, but like everyone just keeps going there. So of course I miss my family. I feel like my mental health could need it, or could use it a lot. I haven't seen my niece and nephew in forever, and I'm really, really close to my cousin that lives out there, and I would just, yeah, I would love to see her, but it's that guilt of like, am I going to be contributing to the problem, you know? So anyway, I was saying that because I feel like I've been thinking about going there for a few months now, because I feel like I'm overdue for a visit to Hawaii, but I just don't think it's the right time. Anywho, I guess if I don't go to Hawaii, I can go somewhere else. It's not the end of the world. Like, obviously I wanted a vacation, but I also wanted to like see my family. But at the same time, I feel like I do need a proper vacation. I haven't been on like vacation since before COVID hit. This pole is taking up this entire vessel, but it's okay because we're just rooting it. I'm gonna get it out of here in like a couple weeks. This is very, very temporary. Ah. Oh, I was gonna put it on this pole right away. It all just spilled out perfect. You know what, I'm not even gonna bother. We're just gonna stick this onto this pole because I feel like it's like nearly impossible. I think I'm gonna remove some of these back leaves. This one's getting in the way, it's pissing me off. So is this one. I need everyone to get the hell out. Okay, so let's buckle this bottom part in. And I'm hoping that by sticking this back into Nick's super high humidity greenhouse, the very top one, that the rooting process will go even faster. I'm definitely not going to keep this one here, or else it's going to take eons to freaking root, even though I don't know how long an eon is. My white princess looks like jack crap. So it's just hilarious how I feel like I put so much effort into growing my white princess, and it dies on me, and then Nick just like ignores his in an exo swamp, and it just like pops off like crazy. So this is where the curve is, and my goodness, I am hoping I do not snap this. I will be so freaking choked. Please send me good thoughts so that I don't snap this freaking plant. So what I'm gonna do is not do it completely flush to the pole right away. I'm gonna allow it to just kind of slowly start to find its way back. I don't wanna snap it and force it too fast. That's kind of like what comes with training it, but you do want to have enough tension that it like feels like, okay, we're going somewhere else now. And then I'm just kind of tucking in all of these aerial roots because the goal is that it reaches the perlite down below and starts rooting. And then I can get it potted into a permanent substrate, which I think will be pond. I don't know if Nick has pond, but if he does, then that would be my choice for the White Princess. So you can kind of see all of its little Vecna arms are, well, except for this one. All of its Vecna arms are sort of strapped in so that they keep going downward because I want them to root into the perlite since I didn't shove any into the pole. Very, very tight, but it's fine. It's unrooted. And I'm not worried, but it's like, can I even fit perlite in here? It's so tight. I might need to do just like regular perlite instead of asteroid perlite. I could even do moss, but I don't really know if I want to do moss. I guess if I do moss, I can just go straight to soil. That might not be a bad idea. All right, let's just do moss then. But I'm gonna have to put a reminder on my calendar to get this one repotted in a couple weeks because it is way too tight for this vessel. So this is the White Princess. She is light as a feather, but I think that she's gonna be pretty happy on this thing once she gets going. It's probably gonna need an extension sometime soon. The speed in which things grow in Nick's possession it's not ethical. It's not right. It grows so fast, so he's gonna need to extend this soon, which is okay because at least he can just like stack a new pole on top. I'm hoping that we can get some nice roots here. I'm hoping even some roots grow along these aerial roots in his high humidity exo, and that way we can like tuck it into the vessel even further. But yeah, this is it now, and fingers crossed. I just chopped the entire root system off. We've got the bottom down here, so I will be adding this to Nick's new prop box once we go through the old props. And yeah, that's it. So anyway, I'm spent for today. I know we didn't really do much, but tomorrow is going to be a busy day. I can't wait to show you guys my yucca, so I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, so hi, happy Friday. Let's talk about this yucca. So basically, all I saw was a photo in the purge, and I must just be really stupid, but I thought it was in like a 12-inch pot, at most 12 inches. And you know, I didn't even bother cleaning the car out because I just felt like it could be shoved in the back seat, and I just sent my husband to go pick it up after work. So then he texts me and he's like, this isn't gonna fit. And I was like, come on, dude, I could make that fit. It's just put it in the car. And so he's there for a long time and he's like, babe, I really don't think it's gonna fit. And I'm like, well, can you like put down the front, like the passenger seat, and put down the back? I'm like, it's gotta fit. Like, there's no way it's not gonna fit. I'm like usually pretty good at like, you know, making sure that the plants that I pick up are gonna fit. Mind you, I'm usually with him, and I'm sort of the MacGyver one in the relationship. Like whenever we go to California, I'm the one that puts everything in the car because I want it a certain way. I can fit everything really nicely. Anyway, I digress. I was like, well, maybe you take it out of the pot, because he couldn't get the pot in the car. And I was like, how does like a 12-inch pot not fit in the car? It turned out that it was much larger. It's like literally in like a 20-gallon bucket or something, and it's like 5 times larger than I thought it was in the photos. I don't know how it got home. I really don't know how he got it home. It's massive. I am really sad though that my favorite part of the plant, which was like this little curly part, and I'll just throw in a photo of the plant here, and yeah, there's like the little curly part down at the bottom that I thought was so cute, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like the perfect shape yucca that, like, not that I've been looking for, but definitely really a neat shape, and that's why I liked it, and I liked the maturity level of it. But it broke off in the car. Vince was like super apologetic, and I felt so bad. I was like, why are you apologizing? Like, I just sent you to like go pick up this plant in the hot blazing sun, and I was like not being patient with you. So he's just like such a gem. I do not deserve that man. Anyway, he got it home by some miracle, but it is massive. Like, I think I have finally met my match in terms of like me attempting to pick up these like huge heirloom plants from people. All that said, I have no idea where it's going. All I do know though is that it smells kind of bad. It has that like, you know, I don't know if you know this smell, but like outdoor plants, the soil that's like really, really dry, it has like a really musty smell. My plants outdoors smell like that, and the whole house reeks of it now. So I'm basically at Garden Works right now with Alice. I'm gonna pick up another bag of soil. I know I said that I was sticking to 1 bag of soil a year, but this plant is so large, I don't have enough soil to repot it, and I was gonna reuse the soil, like just use some of my soil that I have and then put it with the old soil, but because the old soil smells so bad, I just feel like I need to replace the whole thing. So whew, I feel like I was talking a mile a minute. So I'm here, I'm picking up soil and a pot for it, and Alice is here, she's filming. I'm not really sure what she's filming. She might be doing another vlog or something, but anyway, she wants to film in my car, so I'll let her come in. Yeah, actually that sauce would be like really good with a pork chop, because again, it's like sweet and savory. I think it's really good, but obviously I'm impartial. But yeah, let me know what you think. So anyways, we're here at Garden Works. I'm looking for soil, or I need soil for this plant.
Have you seen it yet?
No, not yet.
Oh gosh. Wait till you get a load of that.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I was just telling them that I think I've met my match in terms of, you know, like me bringing home like large plants.
Yeah.
I truly have no clue where it's going. Like, usually I'm like, I can make it work. I don't know where it's going.
Yeah. And I'm laughing because of what Vince had to go through to get that plant.
And I was so mean.
She was so unsympathetic. She's like, it's not that big.
It's
like,
not
calm
that big.
down. He's like, I literally cannot get in the car.
I was like, dude, just make it work. Come on. I truly thought it was in like a 12-inch pot at most. It's like in a 20-gallon bucket.
How are you gonna find a pot for that?
I think that I can squeeze it into a 14. I think it's like mostly soil.
Okay,
I can
but then
probably
what are you gonna do as an out? Because you're gonna get like a nursery type pot.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna put it in my nice pot that I got from Bandula Farms, the one that has my euphorbia in it.
Don't remember.
Oh,
I still picture your euphorbia in a basket.
no, it's not in a basket. It's in like it's like in one of those slim ceramic like off-white pots with the drip tray.
Oh, so you're trying to offload the euphorbia to me.
Yeah.
For that reason.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I just have too many large plants in my house right now. I just have too many of them.
Yeah.
And my monstera is pushing out another leaf, and it's gonna hit the ceiling. So yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of my euphorbia trigona. It's a very, very sad thing that I have to do, but I can't. I have too many large
What if you
plants.
hold on to it just long enough to know that the yucca's gonna thrive in your house? Because what if that dies and you're just like, you got this big empty spot?
That's true. You're smart. Okay, well that's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, I'm gonna let Alice film now, so we're gonna go in a bit. So.
Okay, see you guys later.
Hello friends, I am somewhere behind here. So it is a new day and it's actually a holiday today and it's gonna be wild outside. Everyone's gonna be out, but I have some things to do. I need to make it out of the house and try and find a pot for this yucca because looking at this plastic pot is giving me mega ick. So I'm just measuring it and I'm gonna need a pot at least with an 18-inch diameter. Sheesh. But it's gonna be okay, babe. He's freaking out because I've got my outside clothes on. So 18-inch diameter, and I need something that's at least I wanna say 15 inches deep. Gosh, it is gonna be so hard to find something in my budget this large. And then I also need to see if I can find a plant stand. And the pot that it's actually on right now is perfect. So I kind of want to stay within the same size. So if I can find one 16 inches high, that would be perfect. So besides trying to find a pot and a plant stand for my yucca, I have a couple of repotting chats coming up that I need to bang out before I leave for California, and the only thing that's stopping me from filming it at the moment is finding vessels. So I have no more vessels that I can pot in. I did manage to find a bag of lechuza pond locally, so I'm super stoked about that. But I need to go to the thrift store and just find some no drainage glass vessels so that we can get that video out of the way, or those videos out of the way. I am on a pretty tight budget right now just because I am going to California and I do spend quite a bit of money when I'm there, not only just on food and stuff like that, but I'm planning to stock up on things like my TPS stuff, Azamax, and Target. I don't know if you guys have checked the Target website lately, but they have really, really cute pots right now. So I'm kind of thinking that I may splurge a little bit on some cool pots while I'm out there. So the budget has been very, very tight for the last 2 months. So I'm giving myself, I would like to not spend any more than $100 today, but considering how large of a pot I need, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go over that. But if, you know, it really is way too expensive, then I'm just gonna have to live with this situation for now. It's just not ideal. If I can at least find a proper plant stand, I think I'll be happy. At least the pot is black. So yeah, like I mentioned, it's gonna be crazy out today, so I'm gonna try and film as much as possible, just kind of show you guys what's at the thrift store, show you what's at, I'm gonna go to Home Sense to try and find the pot and plant stand. So I will try my best to film as much as I can, but I'm making no guarantees just because I get really, really self-conscious when there's a lot of people out and I have my phone like this. So anywho, yeah, let's get going.
Okay, so we are at the thrift store. They actually did a little bit of reorganizing to make more space for the glass vessels because they've been getting so many in. But I found this cool thing and I was thinking maybe I could pot something in it, but then I was like, maybe it'll be a nightmare to take it out. So ended up not getting it. But yeah, they did have a good assortment of vessels. Not quite the sizes I was looking for, but in the ones that they did, like this one, $7.99. I can't. I'm so gagged by the prices. I used to pay like, I don't know, like $4 to $5 at most for that size. And for this size, $6.99, these used to be like $3. I don't know why the prices have gone up so much, considering everything that they get is freaking donated to them. Like,
I don't know, I just think it's ridiculous. Again, everything is 2 times the price, but they did have a lot of cool vases, a lot of cool like cover pots and stuff. But I was specifically looking for the larger glass vessels because the repots that I was going to be doing needed something this size, like this size, and then the taller ones I was showing you, the $7.99 one. But they didn't have many of them, and then the ones that they did have were, again, just really, really expensive. And I complain and groan about it all the time, but it's just crazy how much the prices have shot up just in like the last year, honestly, from this specific thrift store. And then look at this one, $3.49 for this little freaking pot. No, thank you. This is another size I needed, $5.49, really not bad. I ended up grabbing that one. And more little vessels. I don't really need small ones right now. I'm pretty stocked up on them. I just really need this one. I just couldn't get myself to do it. I've purchased those before at like half the price, if not less. So it was just, I couldn't. It was a tough pill to swallow. And then look at that one, $8.99. No, thank you. No, thank you. I would just rather keep my plants in the same pot that they're in. Anyway, I ventured to the back and saw these massive glass vessels, and I'm like, I kind of had the idea, what if I potted like a trailing ripsalis in it or something, but at the same time I was like, okay, but where am I going to put that? And also it's going to be a nightmare to get that much soil in it and like get it unpotted. So I left it. Anyway, I'm at HomeSense now looking at the pots. I was already not feeling optimistic about finding something in the size I needed. This was basically the biggest that I could find, and it was still off by like 4 to 5 inches. And I really liked this one. Again, not the right size, but it was so heavy. Oh my gosh, like that is like pure concrete. There's no way that I could even like lift that in the car. I don't think. It was so heavy. More pots. Lots of cool ones, really like nice textural ones, like good for outdoor, but I didn't really see any that I could envision the yucca in. I feel like the yucca needs like a really specific kind of pot to match the style that I'm going for, and none of these really did it for me. They also had plant stands, but again, not really the style I was looking for. And then I saw these mushies and I was like, do I want to take one home? But I resisted. And then I saw this plant stand, which I thought would be perfect. And I was like, oh yeah, yep, you're coming home with me. And then I saw the price. It was like $120. So that didn't happen. Ventured into the glassware. Definitely like 3 times more expensive than the prices at the thrift store. But I don't know. I just expect thrifting to get like, you thrift to get a good deal, like I just couldn't get myself to do it. But yeah, look at these prices of the glass vessels. People always ask me where to get them, and I do recommend Home Goods and HomeSense, but I always try and mention that it's just way more expensive. And then I made my way to the dollar store and ended up just grabbing a few of these in this size because I actually needed it, and it was actually cheaper than the thrift store. There's nothing in that bag for you, sir. Hudges. Inspecting this bag, Fudge. It's very, very not exciting, I promise you. Come here, come say hi and show everybody how cute and adorable you are. Okay, so not much of a haul. Didn't find the pots that I need. Honestly, I'm probably gonna have to splurge on a really, really large pot because it's like gonna be impossible to find anything really with an 18-inch diameter. So kind of choked about that, but it's not the end of the world. The only person it's bothering is me, and I can live with that. So just random. I picked up some new beauty blenders at Winners. I found a thrifted shirt that I can wear while filming and for sleep, and it's like perfectly worn in. And I grabbed only 2 pots from the thrift store because they're just so expensive. Like $7 for this and then $6 for the one inside it. Like, you have to be kidding. And I showed you guys those prices, right? It was like $8, $9. And for like little tiny ones that used to be like $2.49, $3.49, or like $5 now. It's ridiculous. I know I'm always like nagging about like how expensive prices are at thrift stores, but it's getting ridiculous. At the dollar store, I ended up grabbing 3 of these. Not quite the size I was looking for, but I will be able to get a few repots done at least. I just have to be picky and choosy about who's gonna go in them. But anyway, yeah, that was all I grabbed. The only upside to it is that I didn't spend a ton of money, which is great. But today we still have a full day of stuff to do. I was gonna film another video today, but I think I'm just gonna focus on week of. Unfortunately, my plant room is a big, fat, giant mess. It's kind of like the product of a week of filming and just kind of like shoving everything inside. So I think the first thing I'm gonna do is just get things tidied up, and I know a few of you guys kind of like seeing the process and getting cleaned up because we all go through it and it's very relatable. So I'm just gonna like, you know, breeze through all of that, and then I think we're gonna sit down and start doing stuff. I wanna start going through one of Nick's prop boxes, and I think I'm going to start another plant experiment. Ow, my butt. Ow, my pinky. Why do you look so crooked? So, first things first, Nick got me these Sugar Fina kombucha bears. So, Nick brought me back these Sugar Fina kombucha bears in mango flavor. It was made in Germany. And I don't know if there's a limit to how many you can eat per day. It's not like a vitamin or anything, but they are so good. I'm literally just like plowing through these little bears. Look how tiny they are. They're so cute. And I love anything mango flavored. I think mango and lychee are my favorite flavors of all time. Anyway, we made it. We're here. I said I was going to do this like 5 days ago. Better late than never, right? So my goal is to rid of this large box, which I actually think is my box, if I'm remembering correctly. I do have his box here still, so I've just cleaned it out as best as I could. I put some new moss, and I'm essentially going to be just creating a new prop box for him, but we have to go through these first. So I guess let me take you closer. Okay, you guys might hear Pudge honking in the background. So we have something here that looks like it has variegation. Oh. My honest guess is going to be a white princess, because I vaguely remember him chopping his white princess back last year. So I think that's what this is. Obviously we want to keep that. It looks like he has a plethora here of what looks like Campos Portoenum. Now, I didn't see like a main plant in his exos or in his house, so I am making the executive decision and saying that he can keep one, but he does not need all of them. So I think maybe I'll set aside this one for him because it's like a good size cutting, and maybe we can just put it in a pot and not necessarily have it climbing. I think this is more Campo. If anything, I can chop, I don't know, because the Campo is a climbing plant, so I was like, oh, maybe we can make like a little trailing basket, but I just don't think it's going to trail very nicely, so let's not do that. He does not need this. I sort of have to work quickly here because I don't want the roots to dry out, because they are very, very sensitive. They're very close to like how fast water roots would dry out. This is, what are you? Cebu blue or something? You don't need that. This is some kind of caladium, I'm guessing. Roots don't look good. Stem is mushy. Might be salvageable. I just can't remember if he already has one. Let me just put it in his to keep box for now. And I can see some, what is either a brandy? I think it's a brandy. Yeah, this is brandianum. I don't think he has a brandy. I might put this on a pole and like wrap it around. I might have to grab some of his old poles at his apartment because I don't have any other clear poles that I can use for him. And then this is, what is this? Oh my gosh. What on earth is this? It's not velvety. Is this kind of like, I'm hesitant to say it, but like, no, it can't be that. Okay, you know what? I'm chucking this. It's more of that unidentified. It's growing like crazy. What the heck is this? You know what this might be? Is this? No. I'm questioning everything. And this looks like a Trubii. He already has one, so he does not need this. This is interesting. What is this? Looks like some kind of like pendulous leaf, philodendron. Kind of intrigued by this, but no clue what the heck it would be. We've got some kind of chunk here with a growth point. Roots are not red, so it's not an El Choco. Not a Gloriosum because it's smooth. Nick does not own a Pastazanum. Could potentially be a McDowell, but I'm doubting that ID. Either way, I don't think he needs that more. I'm just gonna remove all the Campo because at this point he has enough Campo to last him the rest of his life. This looks like a Gigas. Man, I can't remember if he has a Gigas already. Actually, yeah, he does. And I think I like kind of woman handled it on camera when I was downstairs. This is a Scindapsus. I don't know what kind of Scindapsus this is, but he does not need another Scindapsus. This looks like a Splendid. I don't think he has a Varicosum, so my guess is this is a very juvenile splendid that's just growing like crazy. Oh my goodness. More trubii, more splendid, more, I think this is splendid too. Bunch of sticks that looks like they're starting to rot, so I'm just gonna chuck these out. This one is long gone. For it being so mushy, I'm surprised it doesn't smell bad. Look at all this dead stuff. Like honestly, this should smell terrible, but I don't smell anything at all. Okay, does he need a gigas? Probably not. This looks like a Monstera Peru or Carson, I haven't said that name in a long time. Cars something. Where even is the node? I don't know if anything's gonna, oh yeah, this is good. Now the question is if he needs it. I mean, probably not, but I also don't remember seeing one. My memory is so bad. Here is what we're left with. What I'm thinking is I'll pot this one up, same with this guy, but I'm going to actually use this as an opportunity to get one of my experiments started. So I have been wanting to do a test of TPS, 3 different mycos, Dynamyco, TPS, and TPS Billions, and Great White. But I wanted to make sure that the plants that I was working with were of like completely equal, essentially they're all equal. And I would have loved to have something from the same exact specimen so that like it can't be ruled that one specimen was stronger than the other in terms of, you know, their DNA. So this is all from the same plant. So what I think I'm gonna do is I only need 3 of these. So I think I'll let him take maybe this bottom cutting. So I'm gonna cut right here, and then I'm gonna do cutting number 1, cutting number 2, and I want to make sure they're all mid cuts too, and then cutting number 3. I feel like these are all pretty comparable in terms of the root system. Like this one's got 1 root here. This one has quite a bit more. I could level out the playing field and just like chop off one of these roots, but maybe I'll take from another one. I could do this one as well. It's a smaller root system, but that's okay. I'm not gonna be potting them right away. I'm actually gonna put them in the dome. I'm gonna do a dome method for this to get a few more roots started because I don't want to pot it up with just this tiny root system. So, ouch. So I'll do these 3 and I'm gonna put them in a cup, and then these can go by, and then I'll pot the rest of these for Nick. Let's work on Nick's plants first. So I think I'll just use one of my smaller poles that I have laying around here, mostly because I'm too lazy to go downstairs right now. Here are my thoughts. I've got this pole that I've had sitting in my closet for a while that I think I can just use for this, and I'm gonna just pot it in soil right away. I don't really feel the need to do moss again because it's already got roots. I was looking for my soil and it was right under me the whole time. It's the closest spoon that I have. Ew. Ew. There's a dust bunny in here. Gross. So just something to talk about. I was in a plant group today. Not my local plant group, just one of those like enthusiast groups. And someone posted, here, actually let me just read it. I feel okay reading stuff like this on my channel because, I mean, it was posted in a public forum. Everybody has access, like everyone who's in it, like they know it's public and it's a public forum. And it's not like I'm posting it in a tea page or something. I really truly just want to discuss it. So it's kind of weird. My extraction site is swollen again for no reason. It doesn't hurt, it's just swollen. So it says, y'all fuss too much on your philodendrons. This soil, that soil, whatever. I use Miracle Grow moisture control, fertilize once a month, put them where you want to, and stop moving them around. Let them grow. The people, they came for this person in the comments. Pretty much every single person, yeah, they came for him pretty hard. When I was in this thread yesterday, there was maybe only like 20 comments, and now there's like 200 or something. Like I always say on this channel, do what works for you. And if it works for you, then who is anyone to tell you that you shouldn't do it? I just found it ironic though that the person that posted that post literally lives in Florida. And it's not to say that like people in Florida, I mean, I would say they do have an advantage. The weather, lots of humidity, lots of sun, you know, the ability to grow these aeroids outdoors. It's like my dream. Would never want to live in Florida though, not gonna lie. Not with everything going on right now. I just like really have to wonder though, it's like how much do you truly like fully believe that? Like when you type something like that out, like you're essentially saying that all of this stuff that we're doing is like totally pointless, and you're essentially saying that because that works for you, that has to work for everyone else. Now I think if this person worded it that was like, you know, people in Florida specifically, like they just were a little bit more specific and didn't make such a blanket statement, then yeah, that might be a little bit more true. But you're basically saying that like everyone who lives in Alaska and Nova Scotia and somewhere like where it's really freaking cold, like you're basically saying like, oh, you suck because you do all of these things to like make your plants grow, whereas I'm just like using Miracle Grow over here and, you know, putting my plants wherever and they thrive. It just seems really, I guess, like shallow-minded to think that, and like maybe this person wasn't intending to like make everyone feel a certain way or like insult them, and truly was just trying to say like, look, if you just do what I do, I promise you'll have a better time. But I really have a hard time believing, like let's say that this person has been growing for like decades and decades. I have to believe that there's a part of you that, you know, knows that you don't believe every single word that you said, because if you did know about plants as much as you do, then you know that it's like we all don't have the same advantages and disadvantages, and everyone is kind of just like working with what they have or what they don't have. I feel like only you can allow yourself to feel inferior to someone in this hobby. You really have to like not allow these people to get to you like that. Like if you really do take personal offense to posts like this, because I could definitely see some people this is the ugliest thing I've ever done my entire life. What am I doing? It's so ugly. Yeah, I think like some people really truly were like butthurt and offended, and I just think it's not that serious. Like you have to read that post and be like, okay, clearly this person is just making a really general assumption, and this absolutely does not apply to me because I don't live in Florida. I don't even grow my plants outdoors or anything, and I don't know, I don't really see the point in like, oh yeah, I use Miracle Grow. I could probably grow my plants in Miracle Grow just fine, I just choose not to. So anyway, all that to say, if you come across posts like that, just don't let it bother you too much, because I don't know, it just seems silly to like get that worked up. You know, you don't really need that kind of validation from a total stranger. But it is kind of funny to laugh about. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I never engage in drama, or I never let myself sort of get immersed in the tea. I love reading spicy comments just as much as the next person. But I rarely ever chime in. I'm just a lurker. Just because I don't really feel like I have anything to contribute, and also it's like everyone's kind of saying the same thing. Like, what's the point in saying it like 5 million times over and over again? And usually people that write posts like that don't really want to hear it anyway, so you're just kind of wasting your breath. I've had people request that I do like repot and chat videos where I sort of like respond to some of the crazy and weird, mean, insane comments that I get sometimes. And I don't know if you guys follow her on Instagram. Her name is Drew Affulo. Sorry, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but she has a podcast called The Comment Section, where she just like goes to town on like misogynistic men, and it's pretty hilarious. She's I definitely harness her energy sometimes. But yeah, I love that concept, the comment section, and I was like, maybe I could do like a little comment section series on this channel, because it does get pretty interesting sometimes. Oh no, what happened here? It broke! So that is bound to happen. Okay, well, we've got 2 cuttings now. I think I could just stick this in here. I'm gonna stick this in one of his super high humidity exos so that it just like roots into this pole and this substrate really fast. It's gonna be really ugly. I remember starting a lot of Nick's plants, like his Epipremnum pinnatum, like that thing was like out of control before, and we did something like this where we just like wrapped it around the pole and we're like, shove it in an exo, call it a day. Now it's like this big, beautiful, majestic thing. So you kind of just have to go through it sometimes. Anyway, yeah, I thought it might be fun to do something called the comment section on this channel where I talk about, or I read you guys some of the comments and like respond to them or react to them. I always get such mixed feedback when I reply to mean comments. Like, most people say like, don't pay them any mind, like that's what they want the attention. But I can tell you guys that in my 2 years of doing this, that there's only been maybe a handful of times where a commenter doubled down. The rest of the times they either apologize, they either block me, or they just delete their comment altogether. And I don't know, I find it to be like a good teaching moment for people who kind of feel like they're invincible online and like they can just say whatever and no one will like really notice them like that, and they'll just like let it slide. So I know it's not my place and it's not my expectation to like give these people teaching moments that sometimes they don't deserve, but I do it anyway, just because I feel like these are the same people that are going around on other people's social medias who maybe don't have such thick skin, and that's just the truth. Like maybe it'll prevent them from, you know, spewing that much hatred elsewhere because they're like, oh shit, maybe I'm not invisible after all, and like sometimes they do clap back. And it really doesn't bother me. I'm a very secure person. I don't let the comments get to me like that. And I think it would just be a good time. What else was I doing? Oh, sorry, I didn't even show you. Did I? This is the ugliest thing I've ever created. She looks like a monster. Okay, so now I have his campo. So I'm gonna put the campo in this little pot here. I'm not gonna put it on a pole just yet. I think I'm gonna wait until Nick can buy more poles from Lauren, just cause I don't wanna like put the effort on putting it on a netted pole just so that I'll have to redo it again. Anyway, going back to that post from that group, I'm gonna read you the top comments. I think that would be a good place to start. One person says, it's a group about plants, calm down. And said, I hate how snobby plant people have become lately. Ugh. Someone replies, sometimes I feel the snobby plant people just like plants for the aesthetic. They don't actually like taking care of them and putting the time and work into them. I've spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars on plants. I've never let it change how I act. People need to grow up. Dang, some people are ruthless. I mean, most people are really just pointing out the fact that this person lives in Florida. I'm not putting a $250 3-inch tall plant in Miracle-Gro, just saying. One day you'll realize Miracle-Gro is not good enough for them, but you do you. To us, they're like our babies. We want the best for them. Soil quality does matter though, and Miracle-Gro is bottom barrel. So they would be better most likely with better soil. Tell yourself whatever you want about the cheap soil to feel better, but just because they are alive does not mean they're thriving. I do the same, honestly, and I almost never fertilize them. That said, I live in Florida. All I need to do is put them in the right spot outside, watch their moisture level, and repot them occasionally. I don't think I could pull off what the northern peeps do. Period. Someone said, Miracle-Gro is 100% shit. That thread was wild. That thread was interesting. But I just really find it interesting how I think a lot of people use the internet as a way to sort of release anger and release frustration onto other people. And that's one thing I always try and keep in mind whenever I get any kind of rude comment. It's really more a reflection of them and not me. And it took a while to kind of get to that place where I could like really truly understand that, not just say it, but like really understand it and like keep that close, you know? But yeah, I used to get really pressed about comments before, and now it's really like you kind of feel bad for these people. Like, we all sort of have mental health stuff, we all have stuff going on in our lives, but like at no point would I feel the need to spew that kind of like, I don't know, that on the internet to a stranger. And so to me, I'm grateful that like I'm in a place where I don't have to resort to that. So anyway, internet is a crazy place, guys. It really truly is. I don't even know if he wants this caladium, but we're gonna just assume he does. And I don't know what this is. Now that I'm looking at it more, I'm kind of thinking it's a gigas, just grown really weird, because this is not an anthurium. It's definitely a philodendron, and the texture of it feels just like a gigas, so we don't need that. In terms of the campos that I'm using for my projects, I'm just gonna stick them in here. I'm gonna add a little bit of water, seal it up, get some nice roots, and then we'll get this potted in another video and start. I need to grab some TPS from Alice if she has any to spare, because I don't have any more. I just need a little sprinkle of it anyway, so I'm gonna remove this white, what I truly in my heart believe is a white princess. There's like, well, I guess the stem is actually quite large. Should we clean it? Who wants a good chunk cleaning right now? I haven't cleaned a chunk in a minute. This one is so tiny, but look how like cute the variegation is. Okay, I'll bring you closer. We'll do some silent chunk cleaning because I'm tired of hearing myself talk. I've got this little baby soaking in some water and hydrogen peroxide. These two cuttings are the smallest little things I've ever seen in my existence. This one doesn't look like it really has any variegation. I'm not gonna... I forgot to change the settings on my camera again. So I'm not gonna bother with that one, but this one kind of looks like it's got some decent variegation. So we just need the tiniest little cup you've ever seen in your life. And I was gonna try pond, but honestly, I think I'm just gonna chance it and just stick it in some soil. And I'm just gonna use this little condiment container. It's so teensy. And I'm just gonna shove this back into his new prop bin. We just have a few things that we need to chop before it goes in. That is so precious. Okay, so what I have here is his other white princess, which you guys would have seen in this video. Sorry, I've been filming like crazy. I don't even know what's in what video anymore, but I'm pretty sure I did it in this video. His white princess that I repotted. This is the long stem of it, and I'm not gonna just throw it away because there's a good chance it could give some good variegation. I don't know if he wants to keep one as backup, sell it, I don't know. But this is not a plant that I am so willing to throw away. So I'm just gonna add these to his prop box. And I've got a few other plants here, but like I'm not even sure if I should propagate it. Like it's like Scindapsus trubii, and I've already thrown out some. But I don't know if he has another one. That's the thing. I don't want to like throw it out if that's the only plant he has. So I might need to go run downstairs and check really quick. I might snag a node, see if anything cool comes out of it. My sister doesn't have a white princess yet. I'm really not pressed about saving these long roots. I honestly could just chop it off. Let's just start chopping. So I'm gonna chop this bottom off. There's 1, 2, 3 nodes down here. I'll chop here. That's good. So here is the bottom cutting. And we can chop again. I think I'm gonna do double nodes instead of single nodes. So I'll do it again right here. This one's kind of a big one, so I'll just do it here. These all have its own little root system. So I can put those in little individual pots, and then I'll just lay these down in the prop bin. This. It's interesting how I never noticed that, how the auxiliary bud on the white princess is so far from the node. Look how far away that is. It's like a belly button. That's so funny. Like right here. Like usually it's like right next to the node, or it's like, oh, that would make sense, duh. So if you look at the top here, like where the leaf is, it's like inside of its little kangaroo pouch. So yeah, that makes sense. It's just funny to see it without a leaf. I'm like, oh, it's so high. I think I'll double node this one. And then I think I'll keep this one as is, like this. But I'm gonna chop off some of these dead roots. First things first, I'm gonna put this in here, but I will water it. Ow. I think I'm gonna shove this in here too. Oh, it's not gonna fit because it's actually a flushed. It doesn't have like a domed lid. So that's too dang bad. I don't know if you guys knew this, but I'm actually a mod in my local plant group, and even if it's a holiday, we get stuff that we have to deal with. This one I think I'll put into a pot because it's gonna be kind of weird. This leaf is gonna melt in there. I could put these in individual pots, but then I don't know if it's gonna close. It might, no, it's not gonna close. I'll just lay these down and let them root like that. And then I have this, which I think is a philodendron splendid, but the stem does not look great. It looks really, really wrinkled and dehydrated. I'm not really sure that I wanna keep this. If anything, maybe we can start over with one of the props, like this one. Okay. So this is a splendid. At least I think it's a splendid. So we'll just keep a little piece for him for now. This little guy, I don't know. What do I do with him? This one. Stick it in a pot or prop in? I'll stick it in the prop in and I'll check downstairs later to see if he has one already. That's it for his prop in. This is gonna be trash. So yeah, we're starting over, honestly. He's not gonna miss those other ones, I promise you. One last thing I kind of wanted to show you today. I think I'm gonna film for one more day tomorrow and then I'm gonna cut the week of. But I wanna do something with this. Look at how beautiful this moss is. This came from, oh gosh, I can't remember where it came from in terms of like the seller or whatever, but Lauren, she got some beautiful moss when she imported the Spiritus Sanctis and the Burley Marx's Flames. It's like this really burgundy-ish, reddish moss that I have never seen before in my life. In all my years of using sphagnum moss, I've never seen the red one. So I want to like reanimate this as much as possible. I have a few other vessels that have sphagnum moss that has completely come alive again, and I kind of want to do the same for this. I just don't know what I want to pot it in yet. Like, I don't really have anything with a lid. I could do saran wrap for now, but I don't know. Oh no, this thing is growing up. Do you guys remember when I chopped the Begonia Lubersii for Alice? I still have it and it's propagated now, and how stinking precious and cute are these. It loves whatchamacall stratum. It actually has 2 growth points now. I kind of feel like there's a third one waking up as well, so Alice is gonna have to come get this soon. Actually, I'm seeing her next week. We're filming a collab, so she'll get it soon. Okay, I need something for this. We gotta do something here. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Whoa! Ugh. I've got this neat little vessel here. I would love to find a little, like one of those wooden balls. I think I can maybe find one on Amazon. That's the perfect size to just sit on top of it to keep the humidity in. But I think what I'll do is, do I want to do leca? Wait, what makes more sense? Stratum, leca. Do I even need stratum? It's not like the moss needs any of those nutrients. I think it just needs humidity and warmth. But my other one is doing really, really well with stratum. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. I'll just do stratum at the bottom, a thin layer of leca at the top, and then I'll lay the moss in there. I wish I had some sort of like figurine to put in it too. Like in my other one, I have my little ghost in there. I think I might still have a mushroom laying around, but I kind of had another idea for that, for a terrarium that I'm gonna build out whenever I get to it. But I've got to have something I can put in here. Oh, maybe this. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna fit. Oh, it would have been so cute. Imagine the little mushroom with the moss around it, and it's like red and red. Maybe I just use a different vessel so that it fits. Then how am I gonna cover it? To do something like this, maybe. I could also do rocks. I have some rocks from the dollar store. I could probably even grow like a little tiny plant in here. What if I put my little begonia? I took a clipping of Nick's begonia. I don't even know. I don't know if it's a beefsteak. No, it's not a beefsteak begonia. It's some kind of interesting begonia that he had growing out of control in his propagation exo. This is the begonia I was talking about, and it kind of has, yeah, it's got some pink in it, so it would like contrast that moss really nicely. It is partially rooted, but since I've got stratum in here, I could keep the rooting process. I could keep the rooting process going. Let me take you guys lower. I can do a little bit of leca up at the top just for interest. Oh, I should have made some space first. And then I think I can put the bottom of this begonia that has the one root and stick it in the stratum to continue the rooting process. If it will go in, come on. The leca can help weigh it down a bit. So I'm just gonna start laying down some of this really pretty red moss everywhere. That's actually quite cute. I'm pretty smitten with it. I think it could use a little more, but I think once the begonia starts going, I think it'll be fine. I just don't know how I'm gonna enclose it. I might have to use saran wrap for now, which is not great, but I have no other choice. And then I still have some extra here. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do with it yet, so I'm gonna just keep it closed. I'm going to just get things cleaned up again, and tomorrow, I don't know, I really don't know what is on the list for tomorrow. There's not a ton of plant stuff that I actually have to do. If anything, it's probably just like watering and stuff, something really, really easy and chill, because all of my plant chores are actually pretty caught up. Like, I'm caught up on my plant chores. It's more so just like a lot of plant editing I need to do. So, sorry, plant video editing I have to do. So yeah, tomorrow will be the last day of this week of, but today me is gonna go take a nap. Thank God it's Friday. Am I right? Just kidding, it's Wednesday. But it feels like Friday. It feels like Friday because today is the last day of week of filming. I filmed 2 other videos today, which means I can take it easy next week. Not take it easy, but take it easier next week. And I'm just feeling, I'm tired, but I'm feeling good. Someone commented that they thought I was pregnant. I am not pregnant. I have just gained weight because I am not nearly as depressed as I have been historically in the last few years. So I take it as a win. We've got a new body now, and she's fluffy. So anywho, I'm realizing now with this angle that you're getting a sneak peek at my yucca, my finished yucca, even though the yucca repot video isn't going up until after this video. So feast your eyes on my beautiful yucca that I love so much. It's been 4 days since the repot, and you guys will see how incredibly invasive and intense it was. I literally went in there like Saw style, like horror movie Saw style. And I was expecting that the next day that like the leaves would be really wilted and I'd have some yellowing leaves, but honestly it actually looks perkier than it did when I repotted it, which is kind of some miracle, but I don't want to jinx myself, so let's just stop talking about it. Anyway, I said I wasn't going to repot today and I was just going to do easy stuff, but these were the last few things that I had on my to-do list, and I feel like I won't feel as accomplished after this week if I keep these things outstanding. So we're just gonna get it done. This is my glorious my once, what? That's not the plant. This was my once gloriosum zebra. This is, yeah, the one that used to be so huge. It was bigger than my head. And then it took a dive. You guys will get the full backstory on it in a future video. But I'm going to be repotting it just because it's put out a new leaf now, finally, after just like decades of being a stick in my tent. And I think I want to switch it up and put it into like a tree fern fibery mix. And I've kind of known that some of these roots were just really awful. So yeah, I'm gonna just give this a little bit of TLC. I could trim this stem down a bit, but part of me doesn't want to deal with any potential rot. So I think I'll just keep it. I'm just gonna like clean up this stem. I know you guys are kind of far, but you guys know what I'm doing. So anyway, today is the last day of week of, as I said. Last night I was contemplating filming for a bit longer because I have this really psychotic goal of publishing a 4-hour video this year on my channel, at least one 4-hour week of. It's just what I want to do. The haters will say I'm delusional and nobody wants to see those videos, but actually the opposite proves quite true. And nobody, I don't know what it is, you guys, tell me, nobody watches my videos that are like under an hour. If it's under an hour, it performs so terribly. It's like people don't even bother. They're like, eh. It kind of sucks because, you know, those videos still take quite a bit of effort to make and edit. Of course, these ones are like 10 times more difficult, but at least I feel like the views and the revenue sort of match with the time spent filming and editing it. Anyway, that's besides the point. So I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll extend and film until the weekend because I'm gonna be working at North Shore Tropicals for the next 2 days. She's got some imports coming in and she needs help. So I'm gonna go in and help her out. And I am planning on filming there anyway, so I was like, maybe I won't film for a week of, but I'll give you guys a little something. I think if it's not too crazy, because of course I want to make sure that we actually get the work done, and I don't want to just be using it as like an opportunity to get a video filmed. Like my priority is to like actually help her. So, you know, I told her we'd play it by ear, but I'm hoping that on Friday we can film an acclimatization Q&A. And I've been wanting to do this for a while, but it would be such a dream to do it with Lauren because she's like the queen of acclimatizing. She acclimatizes plants at a volume that my little puny brain could not even begin to like comprehend. So it is really impressive, and I'd love to have her on this channel kind of sharing her, you know, her wisdom and her experience. So that would be great if we could get that in, but of course we're just gonna have to see how much we get done because I don't want her to be even more stressed out with feeling like she needs to film. So this little single rooter, I'm gonna put it into here, actually something a little bit more shallow. Like this was a little bit ridiculous, but to be fair, it did have a pretty large root system before. They've just all died off. Now the only thing is it's kind of long. It's like already at the edge of the pot, so I think I am gonna cut it. YOLO, ow. I'm gonna just chop it like down the center, maybe. I'm gonna dip it in a bit of this calcium mixture. And I'm gonna set it aside. And I think I'm also gonna dip the root system in some hormone as well, just to speed things up. And I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit before I get it into the pot. The next one that I have here is this lovely plant, which is my new tortum. You would have seen it a few days ago, obviously. Oh, I need a thingy. So my main tortum is growing in pond. So just for the sake of experimentation and observation. I'm gonna continue to grow this one in soil and just kind of see how it goes. I mean, I know it'll be fine, but I think I'd rather just keep this in soil since it already has established soil roots. Oh, sorry, going back to what I was saying about filming over the weekend. So the reason that I'm not going to be extending this week of is because I haven't even added this footage from today, and my video is already at almost 3 hours long, and I still have 2 hours left of footage to scrub through, plus adding this. So I actually think I might be close to a 4-hour video, but I know if I continue filming after today, I'm gonna end up with like a 6-hour video. So we can't do that. It's just not gonna happen. And also this video has to go up on Saturday anyway, so there'd just be no way. This root system looks really good. The roots smell, don't ask me why I smell my plants, I just do. It smells like cinnamon, which is kind of, could smell worse. I actually enjoy that smell. Yeah, the roots look really good. I am super happy with what I see. And I'm gonna put it into this little guy. By the way, I'm growing this one on my plant shelf. That's why I wanted to get a second tortum, because I wanted one specifically to enjoy out here. So that's where it is. It's really tiny right now, but this thing I already know is gonna turn into a beast probably by the end of summer. Why is this so far away? Oh, please. Don't let my upper body fail me now. Some of you guys wanted an update because I did this in, I think it was my last week of. You wanted an update on my seeds. I ended up throwing them away. They were freaking stressing me out. They were growing really leggy, and I had some people who are really well seasoned in outdoor gardening, outdoor veggie and herb gardening, say don't even bother starting your seeds inside, just plant them directly outside when you're ready to, because otherwise they do turn out really leggy if you can't give it the conditions that it needs, which is really bright light. It turns out the light that I was giving it, even if it was directly under a grow light, still wasn't enough. And I didn't really have it in me to put it outside at night, because apparently it needs a drop in temperatures at night, and I just would never remember to take it in and out. So I threw them away because I was trying to remove some that were salvageable, but in untangling it, the leaves were all because they were so long, they were all tangled, and the second I would pull it out, everything would snap off. So I just got really frustrated, and I just slammed the whole thing into the garbage. And at least, the experience I got from it was, it was definitely an experience. At least I know now I'm capable of growing something from seed, because honestly, I thought it was impossible, but it's actually really easy. I just think for me personally, if I'm gonna grow veggies and herbs, I think I need to start with the starter plants already and not start from seed, because it just takes so long. So that's what I'm gonna do. I have a little plot. Obviously, you guys probably know that already. I don't know how much I'm actually gonna put there, because I'm finding that I'm not going out to my plot as often as I thought I would to water. Luckily, the people next to me water all the time, and I positioned my beans in a position where whenever she would water her plants, she would kind of have to water mine too. So I think that's the only reason why they're still alive. And I think the only other thing I'm gonna plant this year is lettuce, because it's something that I see myself using throughout summer. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the seed thing is not for me. I don't enjoy it. I think that's something that's really important. I feel I just wanted to see if it's something that I would like, and it's not. I don't enjoy outdoor gardening at all. I just don't enjoy it. It's not for me. The next one that I'm gonna do is my philodendron heterocrastodon. So this one, I have had such difficulty getting some proper roots on it, and I've kind of always struggled with that. But looking at this now, I'm like, something's gotta be going on in here that's not great, because I see no new roots at all. And this is in tree fern fiber and pond, which is like my go-to mix. So we're just gonna see what's going on in here. I don't see any roots in here. I think the only root that I started to grow in here just like completely dried out. And I wanna get it into a tree fern fiber moss pole anyway, rather than just a moss pole. I'm baffled. It's actually a really decent root system. I don't know what I was looking for, I guess. Yeah, look, it's beautiful. I guess I just expected it to kind of take over the entire, not the entire pot, but at least see some on the sides of the vessels. But I guess they don't like reach as far as like a lot of philodendron roots tend to. You know, when we like think of, you know, seeing nice juicy roots, it's usually the ones that are like right up against the pot. But yeah, this one has like a really actually super decent root system. But I need to get it out of this pole because this pole is doing nothing for this plant. Yeah. It's really interesting how sort of different heterocraspidon roots are in comparison to a lot of philodendron roots. Doesn't have those super thick and juicy ones. I mean, they have some that look like this, but like it's very sort of wiry, thin and wiry. I think I'm ready to graduate this. I'm just really happy to see such a nice root system. I was expecting nothing. So this is a nice surprise. But I think I'm ready to graduate this from just tree fern fiber to a tree fern fiber soil mix. I have some chunks of tree fern fiber that's not coming apart, so I'm just gonna leave it. I don't wanna fuss with it too much. But I don't know if it's gonna fit in this vessel now. I think I'd like to go a little bit bigger than this. I don't think that I need to go wider, but I could certainly go deeper. Again, that's what she said. I cannot physically and verbally refrain from not saying it when a good opportunity presents itself. I truly identify as a Michael Scott. Is that too, I think it's still too small. It's actually really like, got some girth to it. Okay. I found the perfect vessel. I literally chucked out my Genovevianum and was like, get out. This is beautiful, beautiful. We love to see it. Okay, so I've got some tree fern fiber here that actually still looks really clean. I don't see really many broken roots in it. So I'm gonna add a little bit, whoa. Add a little bit of that old tree fern fiber and I'm gonna add some soil. I actually just got these at Canadian Tire. It was like a 3-pack. It came with this one, a wider one that's pointy, and then the claw, the 3-prong claw. And I really love this. Honestly, this tool specifically, I could not have repotted my yucca without it. I was like chiseling away at that massive root system with this, like a chipmunk. And yeah, it's just, this is like my new favorite tool of 2023. Who would have thunk it? I gotta fill this, and it's kind of dirty, but who cares, you know? Who really cares? Should I do it now? It's gonna be hard to... What are we doing, Sherms? What's the freaking plan here? Yeah, I think it's gonna be too hard to fill after, so I'm just gonna fill it now. Okay, let's just fill quickly. It's really dry, but I'm gonna use my sprayer to rehydrate it. Oh, you can't see anything. That's good. That's good for views, literally. Okay, I'm not gonna pack it too tight because I want to be able to shove the roots in there. So it's a little bit low. So I want to stick, you can't see jack crap, but there is a root here that I would like to stick into this pole, but it does no one any good if I break it. So that's another issue. Oh my gosh, I think it's packed too tightly. Damn you, Sherms. Okay, if I keep spilling this, I'm like actually gonna choke myself. Alright, I think I got it. Hopefully I didn't just break it, but you know, you never really know. Okay, so I'm about to close this video off, you know what? I want to put this one in here too. Oh, I should have put it in this hole. I'm sorry, I had to. I set myself up so perfectly. All right, so a bit of bad news. I mean, it's not the worst news, but maybe for some of you, you might be a little bit upset with me. Obviously, I told you in this video that I'm prepping to go to California in a month, and it's like crunch time for me right now just to get any kind of videos up like in the queue so that I have content for when I'm away. I've got 2 videos that I need to get up every week for this channel, and I'm gonna aim for every other week on my vlog channel. And the last time I was in California, I didn't even have a vlog channel yet. I was just talking about it. So it's like double the work now. And with that said, with like all of the videos that I have in the schedule, I've literally planned every single day out until the day I leave in terms of work that I need to do, days that I'm filming, what I'm filming that day, etc. It's like all like, you know, it's all laid out. So I really don't have any wiggle room. I'm gonna get just enough done until the very, very last second that I have to go. So that means that I'm not going to be having another week of video until August. Please don't hate me. I know how well loved this series is because I see the analytics on it, you know, and it's like pretty incredible. For like to reach those numbers and those watch hours on a channel this small is like really kind of unheard of. So I know how much you guys love watching it, and like a good amount of you tell me you like rewatch it and you play it on a loop and play it while you're doing plant chores, and so I get it, but there's just no way that from now until the time I go, I'm gonna have enough time to put one out for June or July, because I leave June 29th and I come back on July 16th, but then shortly after I'm going camping for a few days, and so there's just like when am I gonna have like a full week after to film and edit and get it up in time? And I really don't want to have to like rush through it either. So yeah, probably the next week of that you'll see on this channel is the end of August. But at the same time, I feel like you guys are always so freaking, like, you guys are just so, I guess, gracious with me, and you're always telling me to take a break and take it easy and to not push myself. So at the same time, like, I know it'll be fine, but I am gonna miss getting a week of out over the next few months, because it's the ones that I feel most excited about publishing every month for sure. But yeah, just wanted to let you know in case you're wondering like why the heck I haven't posted another week of during the month. It's not because I'm doing away with the series or anything. It's just, yeah, it's summer now for me, and I'm actually like doing things and like seeing my family, and I'm excited about it. So hetero is done. I think I'll just wipe the leaves off camera because they're looking a little musty and crusty, but I'm happy with it. If you do this to me one more time, sorry, I have an alarm for work and I really need to like do the thing that it's reminding me to do. So anywho, I'm glad that I unpotted this today, because I have been wondering for forever what the heck has been going on in this vessel or in that vessel. But I think it's good to know, and I must have just forgotten, because it's been a while since I've seen hetero roots, that the color is like literally the same as moss and almost the same as tree fern fiber. So it's super hard to see how, it's just hard to see the roots in general, which is why I was confused. I was looking for like, you know, your typical philodendron roots. So I'm feeling better actually, because I'm like, I was kind of putting it off for a while. I'm like, do I really want to know what's going on in there? Am I going to regret this? But I feel good. What happened to my callusing hormone? Oh, it just sucked it right up. Okay, that's fine. So last thing is just get this glorious, why do I keep calling it a glorious? Gloriosum. Repot it. Okay, this is gonna take forever. Anyway, I really hope you guys enjoyed this week of. I tried to make it a tad bit longer for you since it's going to be the last one for a while. But as always, thank you very, very much for making this a super fun series to do, and you guys are always like leaving such nice comments and stuff, and I really, really appreciate it. So I have Great White Micro Water here, and I'm just gonna, actually I'm gonna wait to water this one and let it callus even a little bit more because it was still a bit soft. But I am going to inoculate the tortum as well as the hetero. I think I'm gonna start up at the top so that this gets wet. Okay guys, well, I'm gonna be signing off for now. Thank you for watching this month's week of. I hope you enjoyed it. I tried to give you a little mix of everything, and I'll give you some updates on Nick's plants in a couple months. I think I'll give them a while to get settled into their prop bins and their new pots and stuff like that, but I will definitely not keep you in the dark about them. Don't forget to give it a thumbs up if you liked it because it helps us so much on YouTube. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to all of the old and the new subscribers, and I will see you in the next one.